right. That's right. Once again, I have returned. And oh boy, what a weekend. We got stories to tell, man. There are things to discuss. There are projects to do this week. There are magical spear-wielding anime dog girls to draw. Because, why? Because that's apparently what I do now. So says Twitter. Look, man, I'll make the rules. I just meme on them. Good to see you guys. What's going on? Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for a fantastic day. It is indeed Tuesday. Tuesday. The illustrious start of the week. The day in which I make lofty claims about projects completed. Things being done. But first, before I meme, before I ruin expectations of mediocrity, it is Mod Appreciation Month. That's right. Today, like every other day in April, we're going to appreciate our mods, man. So, thanks, mods. Thanks for being here for Mod Appreciation Month, everybody. What's up, Viddy? What's up, Jelly Jam? Good to see you, L2. Holy shit. Bro, L2, we got to talk. We got to talk, Star Wars. Jesus, Celebration was amazing. Vicmon, good to see you. What's up, McBluff Lion? Good to see you. Busy, Gabby. What's going on, guys? How you doing, Blaze? Blaze out here. Man, this Blaze, he thinks he's fucking funny, all right? What's up, Sam? How's it going, man? What's up, guys? Blaze thinks he's funny. I'm out there last night. I'm out there last night working. Just getting my stuff done. Getting my work in. Blaze is out there fucking TTSing with bits when I'm not even online. Do you know how much the alerts scare me when I'm offline? Now, I usually have Streamlabs closed, but occasionally I leave it open on Fridays, and sometimes I open it on another day to do some things. And I don't know how Blaze knows, but Blaze knows. And bro out here scaring the shit out of me when I'm just trying to draw some fucking Gungans or some shit, man. Holy crap. Talk Star Wars. I'm writing articles on the Vision stuff coming up. Articles. Oh, dude. All right. I'm gonna read every single fucking one. I want to talk about these, man. Star Wars Celebration this weekend was great. I watched a lot of it whilst working, whilst doing various D&D related things until Sunday, in which I had to Easter, man. That was a whole thing. I know, bro. Byron, he thinks he's funny, man. Thank you for the 36-month sub. God damn. That's a long ass time to forget to cancel your sub. That is almost 3 years. I know 36 months is technically 3 years, but your 3-year anniversary is on the 37th month. So that's almost 3 full years of forgetting to cancel your sub at tier 3. You know how much commitment he has invested into me? I think that after 3 years of somebody staying at tier 3 subbed, I owe them a game of Star Wars D&D. That's probably what I'll do for tier 3 subs that stay for 3 years. So I gotta do something fun for my tier 3 subs. There's a bunch of them that have been sticking around, and I don't know, man. I want to do something fun for them at some point in time. So happy Easter. Hope the weekend was good for y'all. Easter in my family's a big deal. Easter in my family's a big deal. Let me tell you why. Easter is a big deal for Eastern Christian Orthodox families. I am not that. My family is not that. But my family is Ukrainian. And being Ukrainian is one of those things where the religion of the land is deeply steeped into the culture. So we take Easter seriously, man. We eat some food. We eat some bread. You know, it's kind of like Christmas. How the adherence to the holiday, you know, by the, I don't know. Easter's a big deal for Eastern Orthodox and for Ukrainians. There's a lot of Ukrainian traditions. A lot of, you know, you guys know the little painted eggs and shit, and the food and the sausage and the bread and whatever. It's the whole thing. So I went over for a Easter dinner with my dad, my dad's wife, and then Ella's mom and her husband came, and I keep trying to say parents, but it's like habit, you know. Yeah, Ella's mom and her husband came. My dad and his wife hosted it. There was some other family there, some friends. It was a big old thing, and you know what? It reminded me of something very important. It reminded me that one day I need to own a backyard, because every time I take Una over there for an evening, that little fucking creature turns into a ballistic missile and circles my dad's backyard no less than 400 times. And it's not like a nothing backyard. It's not like a crazy, like, you know, riding more backyard, but it's like about as big of a backyard as you can get in the burbs. And Una circled his backyard probably 4 times at almost light speed. So I got home and I was like, damn, Ella, we gotta move, man. We gotta go move into the burbs and buy a house out there, you know, some place where I'm like able to wear a sweater vest and like wave at my neighbor that's probably cheating on, you know, their spouse or whatever, and like, you know, take the paper from the front lawn, and, you know, see a yard sale down the street that way, and a lemonade stand that way, and whatever else you do in the suburbs, man. I don't know. I grew up with them, so I should know. Take a shot of grape juice, consume some flesh, find some Easter eggs, a lot of doom. Yeah, it's Ukrainian Easter is a substantial, serious holiday, man. They don't mess around, all right? You get some Ukrainian grandmas in there. Unfortunately, both my grandmothers, Ukrainian grandmothers, can't make it to those holidays anymore. But the spirit lives on, and the food. Oh boy, the food. So I hope your Easter was good. If you guys do anything for Easter, I don't know. Do a lot of people do things? I might have a mixed perception on this, because like, do families do stuff on Easter? Do y'all have an Easter dinner? Or is that like something you only do if you have kids? Because I honestly don't know. Because I assumed growing up that everyone did this big family dinner for Easter. And apparently it's only the Slavic kids at school. It's only the kids when, you know, you have mom is from Russia and dad is from Ukraine and grandpa's from Poland, you know, and grandma's from Romania. It's like, okay, yeah, Easter's a big deal, but for everyone else, they don't give a shit, man. They're just like, ah, whatever. I'll buy some Cadbury chocolate and fucking don't expect me to leave my house, you know. Yeah, wait. So is it a big deal for people, or is it just like my family or like Eastern European family things? I don't celebrate Easter, but was with people that do. Honestly, just ate and had fun with them. Really, I wouldn't. Does anybody wait? Do people celebrate Easter commonly in India? That's interesting. Hold on, I'm confused now, Bizzo. Small Easter dinner, me and my siblings mostly. That's pretty good. Like over 100 people type event for us. That's a lot of people, Guapo. Guapo, when you do that kind of event, do you know everyone? If there's 100 people showing up at, I don't know, your grandma's or whatever for Easter dinner, do you know all of them? Is that a thing? Are you related to all of them? Pretty easy holiday to say, not this year in my experience. That's fair. My in-laws go all out, even though the kids are all grown up now. I still buy Ella Easter chocolates. Yep. Ella and I are children. We alternate every other year, buying each other Easter chocolates. I mean, we always buy each other Easter chocolates, but not this year. Not this year. This year was the first Easter I'm going without, man. I'm off sugar for another, I don't know how long. So, oh, it was so hard being a fat kid on Easter. Oh God, that was so hard. Yeah, because it's family, so at least I know all of them. All right, that's fair. I don't know, man. We do a family dinner, lots of food. Italians do seafood until Easter Monday. Then the Spaniards and the South Americans do lamb and lots of other food. Yeah, Easter. I mean, Easter has some crazy traditions around Europe and around the world and stuff. I think for Eastern Europeans, like what's our? I'm just trying to figure out what's normal. Or Ukrainian Easter foods. I try to figure out what's normal Easter food and what's like weird like Ukrainian shit that we eat, because I never knew that. So, you know, we obviously do eggs in various ways. Usually we make deviled eggs. Lots of cheese, breads, preserves, vereniki, pierogies. Yeah. I guess no one else is out there eating pierogies on Easter besides us Ukrainians. That's probably the weirdest thing that we eat on Easter, maybe. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be too many things for Easter besides like butter and bread. It's like the main Ukrainian thing. Butter and fucking bread, man. That's, oh boy. If you know anything about the Eastern Orthodox Church, you would understand why everything's butter and bread. But unfortunately, the religious side of it bleeds into the culture. So now everybody just eats butter and bread on Easter in Ukraine. So. As I'm raised Catholic, Easter usually meant morning mass and a big meal, whatever family could make it. Yeah, for Ukrainians, it's a Friday night thing. It's a Friday. I mean, I've never gone to the church service or whatever for Easter. I mean, I did when I was young with my Christian grandmother because there were egg hunts at the church, which is fun. But I've never done the like Ukrainian like Eastern Orthodox thing, because that's like, it's late, man, and you need a candle, and then you need to bring some bread, and it's like, man, like that's when I want to play Diablo. So ham, yeah, ham's pretty good. Religion doesn't, but theirs does. I didn't go to church with them, just had lunch and hung out. That's pretty pog. Okay, not bad, not bad. Decent sized Christian population in India. Really interesting. Okay, nice. Uh, I don't know these things. I'm getting educated. It was a big deal growing up when I had at least 2 Easter celebrations, as well as other holidays. My family doesn't do much nowadays, though. Yeah, I think it's also, like, in North America, at least, it's like a thing for the kids, right? You know, Easter morning, you go out and your parents hide little candy-filled eggs around your house, and then you go to your grandma's, and she does the same thing, and you're like, God damn it, that's a lot of sugar, man. That's a lot of sugar for an 8-year-old. And my mom just lets it happen, you know? She just stepped out of our way, man. Just let it happen, so. I think I got sick from it, actually. You have to excuse me if I sound, I don't know. I think I sound sick a little bit, or like on the edge. I might not. I might just sound more attractive. It might be that. I don't know. But I think somebody at Easter was under the weather, and I think they spread it. So I don't know. I'm worried. I'm worried that I caught something. I really don't want to be sick right now. I got way too much work to do. My parents are Korean Presbyterian, so we go to a big service. My fiance's parents are Polish, but not religious, so they do lunch. Still that phase where I have to attend both. Help? Oh. You know what? I don't know. If you got the family and they want you to be there and your family gets along, I think go. I know it's a lot of work. I always feel sympathy for friends that I hear about have to do like multiple family things, multiple dinners, multiple whatevers. But I don't know. I always am a little bit unsympathetic about it, maybe because I think it's nice to have family. You know, I don't really have a big family or anything like that, so I think it's one of those things that it's very easy to overlook it when you have it. So I don't know, man. I think go try and enjoy all of it at least best you can. You know, especially the Polish food. Polish food. I will be the worst Ukrainian person in the world right now. I'm just gonna say Polish food is better Ukrainian food. It's like everything you take the same food. You take the same food and you boil it and steam it in Ukraine and you fry it in Poland. I don't know why, man. I don't know why. Them Poles got to figure it out, bro. You know, I don't even care. Y'all over in Poland, y'all figured it out. You still got all that good shit, all that good sausage, all those good, you know, pastries and shit. It's just a bunch of the food. Instead of it just being either dried, steamed, or, you know, or boiled, y'all fry it. So, ham's traditional, green bean casserole. Okay, I think ham is generally the Easter food, right? Pierogies are amazing. They're pretty good. The vigils, yeah. I don't know, dude. I've never really taken part in the Orthodox church part of my family, McBluff. Admittedly, because not much of my family is practices that. Most are like Canadian, whatever Christians, right? So I never went to like any of those like crazy churches, where they did like cool shit when I was growing up. It was always just the run of the mill crap that your grandma drags you to. So I don't know. The events were I in some ways I kind of miss them. I kind of miss going out to an event. But then again, I remembered that I have work to do. So I don't got time to fucking go to no gatherings or some shit. From the Netherlands, I used to go to church with my grandma until I was 12. That's rough. And maybe you loved it, maybe you didn't. I don't know. I never know if that's an I'm sorry to hear that or a that sounds sweet. It's a blessing not many people have, definitely. Yeah, that's yeah, I'm always very happy for people who have big or like connected families. You know, I understand the frustration when it's just like, oh god, my parents want me to come back from school or whatever this weekend to go do this family dinner, and everyone's gonna be there. I don't have to talk to all my uncles, and I don't have to be there and see Aunt Matilda, who's gonna want to know if I have a girlfriend yet. And it's like it's such a headache, and I sympathize with the fact that, you know, you don't want to do it or whatever, but you know, I'm always it always makes me very happy to know that there are big families out there, or families that are close. It's kind of nice, man, you know. That's I'm happy for y'all. And I really am. It's like it's one of the weird things that there's just like not a drop of jealous envy. It's legitimate happiness for other people who have families that are either together or whatever. So yeah, man, if you got a family trying to get you home for a holiday or whatever, think about going, man. You'll like it. Used to do more of the church stuff, but our family has no time for that shit anymore. Yeah. I did love it, but when I was 12, I decided that church wasn't for me, and I felt hypocritical not or to go if I don't believe it anymore. That's fair. Yeah. Family asking if I have a girlfriend yet. Monka? Yeah, Dasha. How you doing with Dasha, do you have a girlfriend yet? When are you gonna get a girlfriend? I'm waiting. Like I'm waiting. You find yourself a nice girl and you know, we'll introduce her to Ella and I. We'll turn her into Dasho, I give you permission to date a normie girl because Ella and I will ruin her into being a nerd. Yeah. I don't do that for a lot of friends. But a lot of friends ask. See, like y'all have to understand, I was the guy that was dating early. I was dating Ella super early, like just after high school. And so all my friends would they would find, you know, themselves a normal girl that isn't basically a loser. Somebody who isn't like in any sort of video games, someone who doesn't play any video games or have any sort of nerd culture knowledge, no D&D knowledge, doesn't go on Twitch, doesn't go on 9gag or whatever, like just normies. And they're like, oh, she's so sweet, she's so nice, look at her, she's a fucking dentist or some shit. And it's like, yeah, but what's her radar in World of Warcraft? How high is she got a D&D character? Right? Like these are the actual important things. And then my friends would be like, oh, hey, do you think we can do like a double date thing with like you and Ella, and like maybe we could all play a board game like Catan, and then like Ella could talk about D&D with her a little bit, and maybe she'd think that D&D's cool if she sees another, like, you know, like normal pretty girl like Ella talking about D&D. And I'm like, what the fuck are you trying to say? And they're like, no, I mean, like, you know, and then, you know, maybe we can get her into it. So like I've been on the receiving end of that for at least 4 decent friends of mine that have tried to get Ella and I to ruin a perfectly normal girl and turn her into a nerd, so a friend of mine can stay, you know, dating her. So Dash, I give you permission. You can find yourself a normie, and Ella and I will. I don't offer this to anyone else anymore because it's exhausting to turn a normal person into a nerd. Like, turn a normie loser that like thinks about social media and like TikTok and shit into like an actual cultured nerd. It's a lot of work, but I will put it in for you because I got you. I got you, bro. Not a mod appreciation month. Wait, what about not appreciation month? What about a mod appreciation month?
The perfect recruiter. Wait, if I play D&D, I'll turn into a 6-foot goddess like Ella. Sign me up.
I don't know, man. She, I mean, Ella presents like a normal person, though. Ella presents like a normie, and it's like her superpower. You know, she's one of those people that people think, you know, like I'd get a lot of just like, oh, geez, how does the wife feel about you playing video games all day? Like, geez, you always trying to, you know, you have to go watch The Bachelor with her or something, then you get to do, like, how did you agree to that? And I was like, you don't understand. You don't understand. We played Minecraft for 2 hours last night. Yeah. All right, cool. So today we're going to work on some projects today. This week, I'm just going to chill, man. I think we're just going to draw some characters. We're going to plan some adventures. I want to talk about Horizon a little bit, but I want to finish this project off for Fishy that I started last week. I want to finish this Runa project off because check this shit out, man. Check this shit out. This is some strange occurrences that I didn't know. So I like bounce on social media whenever I stop by. I just like drop shit and then fucking leave because I don't want to be sucked into you know, like worrying about shit. So also I have a portfolio to tweet. Go like that. This is how artists make friends. Help me make some friends with artists. So I dropped a tweet last week. Astral Booba with Fishy's character, at least the starting of it. I don't get that kind of reception on tweets ever. The average tweet, let's see, 7 likes, 8 likes, you know, 27, that's a big boy. 12, 18, 8, you know, 6, 15. To get 70 likes. Get 70 likes. Is like giveaway territory. So what does this mean? What does this mean? We have artists in our chat here. We have artists in the Dragon's Claim. What does it mean for growth on social media? What does this experiment tell us? Also, unrelated, I'm eating a pineapple popsicle. I'm so jealous. I stop. As Twitter followers doubled and it's all VTubers. That's fair. You got all the traffic from people with a Google alert for Booba. There you go. There you go. So this is me being educated into my. I hit my mic. I'm so sorry. This is me being educated into my social media space as to what the people actually want. See, I thought that you guys wanted to see maps. That you guys wanted maps of places and adventures and journeys. I thought you wanted concept sketches and world building art and you know, spells and weapons. I thought everybody wanted to see, you know, visions of adventures and clouded keeps where reclusive warlocks cast arcane incantations, you know? Like, I thought everyone wanted to see something, I don't know, with a heavy lore. Lots of substance behind it. I was wrong, and I'll admit it. I was wrong. All right, fine. You guys win. You guys win. You guys win. Y'all been telling me what I should be doing for the last however many years, and fine. You're right. Fine. I admit that I'm wrong. Okay? I admit that I'm wrong. I admit that this is the only way forward as an artist. This is the only path forward. So 2,000 views. That's huge for me. That's really big for a nobody artist like me. 2,000 views is like substantial for a absolute fucking nobody. So yeah. All right. So fine. I said I'd finish Fishy's character, and we're gonna try. We're gonna do some of that today. We're gonna work on some concept for Horizon because oh boy, do I need to build a new section of the adventure for my players. I think I'm playing with them on Thursday, and then there's going to be a game that I'm gonna schedule probably. I'll try and figure out if I can make it work, but I want to schedule a game for the mods to run the mods, or at least however many of them wanted to play through a special adventure that's not quite the Horizon campaign, but is adjacent, let's say. So yeah, I want to schedule that for towards the end of April. So we'll see, man. I gotta do some work for Horizon first before I can make that work. Might have to be in May. Maps, my adventure repair sketch. That's okay. Okay. So I expected better from you. I did. I'll keep on social media. Booba, and good morning, Evan. How are you? I'm great, Lady Soja. I'm just having a great day. I'm a little under the weather. I'm sorry if it's noticeable. Thank you, Busy. All right, Spotify has been unscuffed. Wait, I rescuffed it. Uh-oh. What did I move? What am I moving right now? I'm moving a source called Ashy. Why do I have a source named Ashy? Oh, this is from when she was showing me how to do the VTuber shit. And I have a source called Fishy. I can remove that too. I was trying to remove Spotify. There we go. Spotify. There we go. Okay. It's in the bottom now. It's in the bottom. It's good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Okay. So. Today. We have things to discuss. We have Star Wars related things to discuss. We have art to make. We have adventures to go on. Stories to plan. And potentially a mod party poster to draw. So I did say that I wanted to draw a mod party poster this year. I keep trying to find times to get it together, but then I keep getting more mods. And I'm kind of at a loss now of how to do a large party poster. And I've been looking around online. I've been looking around online for inspiration, okay? This has been actually something I've been thinking about quite a bit. I've been looking for inspiration for how to draw a large poster with many characters on it. And you know what I can't fucking find? Good large posters with many characters on them. Especially D&D posters. And especially ones that don't highlight certain characters over others. Because you could say, Evan, you are a self-claimed Drew Struzan fan. So clearly, you know how to draw posters for the cinema. How do you draw a poster that focuses on many characters? Well, we have these answers. We have these, we figured this out, Evan. As a collective art civilization, we figured this out. A man by the name of Drusif Struzanthum has mastered it. There's no greater poster painter for groups of people, individuals, than Drew goddamn Struzan. So, could you do that? The problem is, I would have to highlight. I'd have to highlight some mods over other ones. And I can't do that. I can't do that. There are certain mods that do more than other mods. Yes. There are mods that deserve their station more than others. Of course. There are mods who should be scared of losing their mod privileges and being VIP'd. Absolutely. But if I identify them, then I lose the ability to keep a somewhat ambiguous danger at all times. And if there's something that I've learned as a D&D player, as a dungeon master, a master of games, it's that ambiguous sense of danger is what people live for, so. Copy something like a movie poster. But you guys want to see what the original poster looked like? This is the original concept for the original poster. This is something I did a year and a bit ago. So this is back when the only mods I had were Ella, Thorkin, Cobalt, Fox, Wolf, and Mindari. And I was going to do this mod party poster. Okay? Now, the problem is that we need to fit Bizzo. Yes, I'm drawing Umaru for Bizzo. We need to fit Bizzo. We need to fit Blaze. We need to fit Guapo. Steph. And put Fishy yelling at me. And Fishy. Are there any mods that I'm forgetting? Did I forget anyone? Hold on, I didn't forget anyone, did I? Eileach. Highly, thank you. And we would need to fit. Eiley. Yeah. We need to fit Eiley in there. So the problem is if we're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in here. We'd be missing 6 people. And that feels like so very easily we could I had just put myself in here with holding Eldara to fill space. So I can be out of here. And that's some extra real estate, man. So we can do like we can do the kids. Or something, you know, Blaze, Busy, and Vass. I just don't know where we're gonna put Fishy and Steph and Guapo, because that's 3 more people. So I don't know, man. I don't know how we do this. Like, do we shrink it down even more, and then throw them in? Like, I legitimately don't know what to do for the mod party poster, because, you know, I mean. That's a lot of work, man. Now, Cobalt's already in there. Cobalt's the knight right there, Dashdo. Yeah. Make it landscape, then it's not a... Why did TTS not want to say that? Wait, why did TTS not want to say that? What the fuck? I'm confused. Yeah, I could. The problem is I wanted it to be like a movie poster. I want to be a movie poster because I have a movie poster frame right here for myself, and I wanted to get it framed and put up there for myself. And I mean, I guess I have to make it landscape, you know. Is the word landscape? Does TTS not want to say the word landscape? Or is it any TTS right now? Ella, can you attempt to TTS? Stream topics for poster inspirations? Alright, what do we got here? TTS is Wait. TTS is finally broken? You guys finally broke TTS? What was the last thing that got TTS? Boop? Oh, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Okay. From ABD Illustrates. Okay. That's 7 people. That's a lot of people. Okay, that's a nice little, you know, I like that. Like this, the symmetry but from it. That's good. High Hopes. Got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with a DM. Okay. A lot of people in there. That's pretty good. Problem with this, though, is that it's kind of chibi squished down. So all the characters, you can draw them and they're still have them like squished, but I don't know if I can do that in my style, but that's a good organization of them. Okay. Silver, Dawn, and Dusk. Not the biggest fan of this composition. I think it's... Yeah, I think this is not... I don't think a great... Well, I don't want to... No, I don't want to shit-talk an artist that didn't ask for feedback. Yeah, I mean, the Pathfinder characters, I mean, these are all just the individual Pathfinder characters, like, art put together. Which is kind of what I was thinking of, but it's kind of cluttered, right? Because these aren't meant to go together. This isn't meant to be a piece that's shown together. This is just a whole bunch of character art layered together. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to do something like this, but I feel like I maybe have to. How do you fit 12 people? Do I have 12 mods, really? How many fucking mods do I have right now? I gotta borrow some mods, man. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 mods. Holy fuck, man. Oh boy. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. I gotta figure something out. So I don't know. I wanted to work on this project through this month, but I don't know how to do it. Maybe we have to do individual mod cards or something that all form together a poster. 12 or 13? Yeah, no, it's 12. It's 12. We could probably fire like 5. So, hey, you know, bring it down, right? Down to 7. Corp overhired, time for mass layoff. It would be the thing to do after COVID is to mass lay off the mods. Yeah. Yeah, Eisenhower and Silvar. Well, something like the MCU poster. Isn't that also an issue of it's just like characters that are all... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Howdy ho, neighbor. Don't forget to put a small hidden crumb that's Dashto somewhere in there. Dashto does not get the honor of being a mod in the mod party poster. Dashto has done nothing moderaty for this. You guys brought Dashto into mod chat for I don't know what fucking reason. Why? I don't know why. Ella asked me, she said for some reason, she's like, hey, can you add Dashto to mod chat? And I'm like, why? And she's like, oh, there's like a thing that the mods want to figure out or whatever. And I was like, okay. I'll bring him in for a bit. And she was like, great, cool, thanks. And everyone was like, yeah, man. Good to have you here, Dashto. And I still don't know why Dashto has access to mod chat. Every once in a while, he talks in mod chat, and I'm like, wait, you're here? Oh, shit, that's right. I still don't know why. But I'm not putting Dashto in the Mod Appreciation Month party poster. Yeah, look at that. We're a mod soccer team, true. Lady, that's genius. I should search sports anime posters. What's a sports anime that I can search for the poster of? Sports anime. It's not sport anime poster. Garthen, thank you for considering me your prime option this month. Thanks, man. Thanks for 27 months, bud. Appreciate it. Sports anime posters. Ones with like the whole team, you know? Like this. And this is the volleyball anime that girls lose their shit over, right? Yeah, Haikyuu. Girls love that shit, man. This is a mod mascot? Why? All the benefits, none of the responsibilities? Not all the benefits. You're not getting fucking dice sent to you. Alright. Sports anime. We could copy the Yuri on Ice poster. Who would be Yuri? Who would be Yuri P? And who would be Victor in Yuri on Ice? If we were to... I think Cobalt would have to be Victor. Yeah. I don't know who everyone else would be. JJ from Canada would have to be Dashto. These are only Canadian mod. Wait, no, Thorkin. Fuck, I forgot about Thorkin. Shit. Thorkin can be JJ. Suicide Squad, Rise of Skywalker. So the problem is that I don't want to highlight one person over everyone else. And the problem with like a lot of the Drew Struzan poster. Drew Struzan's the best movie poster artist in the world who has ever lived, who ever will live. And I will fight anyone in a nerd fight that you will lose on because I'm an art nerd and a movie nerd. So I have both superpowers to defend Drew Struzan as the best poster artist in the world. Probably because no one else can name another poster artist in the movie in the cinema scene. But Drew Struzan does the best posters. The problem is that a lot of them focus on characters based on how important they are. Right? You got the Harry Potter poster, for instance. You got Harry, you know. And you got like the rest of the idiots. You got Hagrid and Hermione and El Goblino and Gandalf. And you got the fucking owl. It's like, man, that's a nice poster, but it's also not too much, you know? It ain't too much. You look like Stranger Things. Drew Struzan didn't do Stranger Things, did he? Oh, damn, bro. Doesn't look like his style, though. concepts for Star Wars posters. Blade Runner poster is a good example, but it highlights certain characters. So movie poster design isn't actually a great thing to look at for this because I feel like it highlights certain people over others. And I don't want to highlight certain mods over other mods. Even though I have favorite mods, I don't want them to know that. It's like when you have children, you obviously like one more, but you'll never tell the others that they're not the favorite child. You'll just make it somewhat obvious through, you know, your actions and your indifference about, you know, going to their soccer games and stuff. So, that's why I like to do it. A Goblino? Yeah, wait, what do you mean, man? Haikyuu's decent, still haven't finished it. Alright. Get on it. Yeah, what do you mean, man? Inazuma 11 might have some. Inazuma 11. Inazuma 11. Well, so... Yes, but the problem is that when you have things that are such... when you have things that are such, like, squished chibi proportions, it's hard to, like, translate that into, like, actual art. You know? These are good, though. Like this is exactly what I was talking about, is how you have sports animes where they have the whole team. So maybe like this you could translate into or something, you know? That was a good one. I have no idea what the fuck this is, but this is basically what I was looking for when I said a sports anime. This is a little too posed. Maybe something like that? I don't know. Mods all standing together. It's a lot more work, though. I can't draw each character. Like, it has to be like this where it's a cutoff. Like, we're only drawing Ella's torso. Thorkin from profile. Koa from profile. Fox has her cloak to the... You know, Fox and Wolf both have their cloaks to the camera or whatever. So, I don't know, man. Good movie posters that aren't... Wait... Yeah, this is not bad. How many characters is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is how we could do 12 characters. Okay. This is probably the best example so far. But the problem is some of them are still smaller. Some characters are still smaller. And I don't know, because one of the things that actually... Yeah, one of the things that helps for poster design in making these characters not just seem like smaller versions of each other is lighting. The lighting on them is slightly different. So that's why the bald chick right here, I forget her name, is like so tiny, and you don't think to yourself, damn, that's a tiny bald chick, you know, compared to Scarlet. You just think like, oh, it's just a smaller, you know, the character's been captured smaller. But if we're not doing it in color, I worry it won't translate. This would be good too, actually. We could do the Eldara logo in the center. These are good inspirations, actually. Yeah. Maybe like this one. This is the kind of stuff that I initially looked at, L2, but the problem is it would take me way too long, I think. This would represent a 100-hour piece for me. And I love my mods, and they deserve it, but I just don't know if I have that time before the end of the month, you know? So, that's pretty cool. It's just a little bit too graphic for my taste. I like that, though. I would have to include some sort of graph design. This is what I was actually thinking about when I was thinking about a large party poster. Is this exact Final Fantasy Tactics poster right here. The one with the fucking dragon in the background, the chocobo, and whatever. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, we also have to add Runa to the mix, so... Maybe I'll get it done at some point in time. Maybe before the end of the year. I just wanted to make them like a cool piece of art that was something that they all saw their characters in, you know? They're canonical characters in Deldara, because the mods are some of the first people to get to add canonical characters in Deldara. Some of them have been very excited about it, some of them are pretty indifferent about it, but either way, I want them to be the first people to get characters in Eldara that aren't my, like, you know, players that are playing in it actively. Felt very biblical scale painting when they had to make baby Jesus bigger than his poor mother because he's more important. Yeah, and he's more gold around his head too. So I don't know. I don't know the way to do this really. There's probably a good example somewhere of somebody that's done a good D&D poster. They drew all their friends and all their characters together. But I don't have it, so hold on. I need to draw her tattoo. It's been bothering me. We're gonna try something actually for this. Whoops. Why my eraser so big, bro? Actually, you know what? I want to do something different. I want to do something completely different. Where is the Astral Sage? Document. We're going to give her a very important version of the Eldari ring for her tattoo. Why? Because why not, man? She can be important. Aha. We are going to give her the Prime Rune. Why am I hearing banging around my house? What the fuck was that even? Yo, hold up. One sec. I gotta make sure there's not, unironically, like a bear trying to get in the front door. Alright, we chilling. We cool. We cool. Cool. We cool. We cool. We cool. It's like one of those things that probably isn't a problem, but like, you know, where I live, you gotta check. You gotta still take a look-see. Okay. There we go. And then... Okay. We'll have to do some reverse hatching on this. So I'm going to leave this on the different layer for now. But there we go. We have her proper tattoo on. And the Eldari tattoos are important. Can't pretend like they aren't a core portion of what it means to be an Astral Knight. But I had some thoughts about this. Actually, from watching the Star Wars Celebration. I had some considerations where I was thinking about Jedi and Mandalorians. And you see a lot of people cosplaying as Jedi and Mandalorians at nerd conventions and stuff. And that's cool. That's cute. Like, you know, good for them. But I was wondering how restrictive should it be culturally to like, how many aesthetic restrictions should there be in an order of some variety, or a a organization that your player might not they might want to be a part of. So, like Fishy asked for her tattoo to be around her belly button, and I think what I've sort of landed on is that I said she can have a tattoo around her belly button, but I don't know if it's her like actual like astral sage tattoo. And I don't think it is, to be honest. I think that you need to still have your main focusing tattoo either on your back or on your chest. It needs to be a much larger surface, because it needs to be a large enough tattoo. But I've wondered about people saying like, you know, well, I want something different. I want something unique. I want my character to be different or whatever. And you see that with people cosplaying as Mandalorians and Jedis. Everybody has, you know, their Mandalorian armor, but some people put like weird shit all over it or whatever to try and be like unique in something. And I wonder about the benefits of restriction versus if people, like, basically I'm trying to figure out if I should have the fortitude to say, no, this is what it looks like. Like if you're an astral sage, you have to have this or whatever. Like, this is part of it. And if somebody says, well, I don't want that, I want this, it's like, great, but that's not what astral sages do. I don't know if that like restrictiveness is good or bad, because I think the gut instinct for most people to say, well, it's bad, man. Why would you ever restrict anybody? I think the restriction and limitation builds consistency and helps continuity. And so if there is like lore that every Jedi can go around wearing, you know, a leather jacket and basically dressed like Nicolas Cage from National Treasure, great movie, is that a problem? And I think it is in some ways. But I would also never tell a player they couldn't. It's like canonically versus what a player can do, very different things. Because I think the players should be able to do whatever they want in their D&D game. If the players like my idea enough, then they'll go with it. And if they don't like it enough, then they won't go with it. That's fine. I'm not like worried about it, you know? But I still wonder about it. Like if it's a good practice or not. Dan Greedy Bear is always asking to borrow honey. Just a black bear? I don't know. It could have been probably just a black bear. Bear, hopefully it's just a black bear. The way you can give it a slice of bread and a deli meat or something. Maybe a hard boss CD. It'll be on its way. Yeah, that's what they look. That's what they're like up here too. It's fine, man. So I don't know. Because part of me just doesn't want to listen to requests from people who are players as far as what canon should be. Because I think the vast majority of the time, an individual person that is making a request in a moment can't be trusted to have the best design concept for the project in their brain. You know what I mean? They're just like making requests. They don't know anything about what the project is. They don't honestly in a lot of ways care. And so if they're like, yo, why don't you let me have whatever? It's like, can that person's opinion really be trusted in some ways, you know? It's tough. Never thought of being in consideration. The worst thing that could happen is a badger mauls your milk bottles. Yeah, no, bears are the thing here. More of a commitment to certain traditions and symbols rather than limitations as far as most D&D orders are concerned. So a commitment to traditions and symbols. Yes, it is a commitment to traditions and symbols. The problem is, where do you draw the line? I guess that's what I'm really that's what I'm really wondering about. Now, I think the obvious answer as a D&D player and as a GM is to say the line doesn't get drawn, right? If you play a D&D game and one of your players is like, I want to be a, like, it depends on if they're taking your world seriously or not, and you want it to be taken seriously or not. So you can say, hey man, I want to be an astral sage, but I want to have flowy pink hair, and I want to be a 6-foot tall furball that grows flowers out of my fingertips, and I want my astral sage robes to be, Byzantine ornate, dark gothic armor. And you're like, okay, cool. Yep. And I also want to, instead of using the astral aura whenever I cast my spells, I want them to be rainbows. And you're like, okay. And instead of an astral atlas, I want a ball with Khadgar's head in it from World of Warcraft following you around saying Khadgar quotes, and you're like, all right, relax, you know? So, but I think if somebody's still trying to take your world seriously, but they just want something different, I don't know if that's necessarily, I don't know if it's necessarily good or bad. Wait, is this the right color? This feels like the wrong color. This is more saturated. What the fuck? Why is this more saturated? So, the reason why you would have that restriction on there is for consistency, for continuity, for, like, well, part of the thing that makes the order of the, I don't know, the order of the cool Knights of Aldarian, part of the thing that makes the Aldarian Knights cool, and I'll show you. Please be on here. Okay, thank God. Part of the thing that makes the Sky Knights cool, I think, is that they have this uniform. You know, they have this uniform that communicates, that is designed to communicate imposition. Everything about the Sky Knights is sort of like loosely Norse, loosely Greek, inspired by, you know, Templaric orders. They are the special forces of their fallen kingdom's military. They are the elite. And they bring with them a certain level of a lacking of individuality, right? They even have their helmets. They don't have their eyes revealed. So they use some sort of either magic sight or enchanted helmet to see. And I think that's what makes them cool. And so when Ella said she wanted to be a Sky Knight, she wanted to be a retired Sky Knight because she wanted to be a little more individual, and she recognized that if she wanted to be a Sky Knight, that the lack of individuality is, like, you know, part of, like, built in. But another friend of mine wanted to be a Sky Knight, and they said, "Oh, cool, I want to be a Sky Knight." So, okay, I've had 3 people ask to be Sky Knights in games with 3 different. And I'm not shitting on anyone. This is 3 different ways to handle it. So one of them said, "I want to be a former Sky Knight because I want more individuality than being a Sky Knight allows me. So I want to be a retired Sky Knight, somebody who left the order and is off adventuring now, that still carries some of that tradition with them." Cool. Another person said, "I want to be a Sky Knight, and I want to be, like, I want to have everything to do with Sky Knights. I want to have the armor. I want to have the weapons. I want to be, like, in the Sky Knight order. Tell me the ways that they're allowed to do their hair." Because she asked, like, "Hey, is this braid the only way, like, female Sky Knights are allowed to wear their hair?" And I said, no, they can wear them in any sort of, like, either short, like, tuckable hairstyle, or if they do have hair long enough, it has to be containing a braid of some kind. However that looks for you is unique to you. And she's like, cool. And she wanted to be part of the conformity was what made it cool. Then another friend who asked to be a Sky Knight, and he said, "Can I be a Sky Knight, but can I not have to wear this armor? Can I wear, like, the cloak and have the shield, but can I use a sword? And can I have, like red armor with spikes on it and shit?" And I was like, well, that wouldn't be a Sky Knight then, because their order has a uniformity to it. And I was kind of getting some like pushback, as if that was, like, me being overly restrictive. But I was like, if you want to be a cool dude with a spear and a shield and cool red, or a sword and a shield and cool spiky armor, that's not a Sky Knight of Aldarian. So why do you want to be a Sky Knight of Aldarian when you know, like, it's interesting to me, the restrictions that make something cool. To some players, they want all of the coolness without any of the, like, the payment. Did that make sense? I don't know. So I don't know how to handle Astral Sages. For the Astral Knight, It's like, do you just let your players do whatever? And if your players are doing something that's like non-canon, it's like, okay, that's fine. Like the way I currently treat it is if players want to do something that's non-canon or if it doesn't fit or doesn't work, I just let them do it because it's what they want to do. And I'm not going to sit there and tell them they can't play the kind of game or kind of character or the kind of story they want to play. It's their time too. They're playing D&D as well. They should be able to do what they want. If they're inspired by an idea in Eldara and they want to be part of it, but they don't want to sort of necessarily like, they don't think that the idea in its totality is cool enough to completely use, that's fine. Just means the idea isn't good enough. It means my idea of astral sages or astral knights is not cool enough. And like for Fishy, she wanted to use a spear. They're supposed to use swords. So the idea of the astral knight isn't cool enough because in that way, at least it wasn't to her. So you just got to like sort of rebalance and try and figure out how to make your thing cool enough so that people find it in its like presentation and say, yeah, that's cool enough on its own. I want to do that. Right? Now there's a bit of uniqueness and individuality that players have, whatever. But I don't know how far to restrict things. Right? Star Wars is a great example of how you can tell who's on their clothing alone. I think aesthetic precision contributes to the feeling of part of the world that's been built. Yeah, I think so as well, but how do you get people to want to like agree with that and want to do it, you know? Yeah, no chainsaws. Sky Knights are Mandalorian? What? No? What about Sky Knights sound like they're Mandalorian? They're just like, not every order of individuals that are very good at fighting are Mandalorians. Bro, no, Star Wars weekend. We gotta come out of Star Wars. It's hard for me too. We gotta come out of Star Wars and come back to the world of fantasy for a minute. But yeah, no, the Sky Knights are very unique in that sort of uniformity. But I think the uniformity is what makes them interesting. Right? Maybe you just let players do whatever they want, whenever they want, and you just don't canonize it. I think that's fair, right? If somebody plays something that's non-canon in your like D&D world, I think it's just like fair to say to them like, hey, sure, you can do that, but like your character is not like, there's not a canonical story then. The description of your character, if you guys do something that's like, you know, amazing or whatever that your party gets credit for, like the canonical characters will be named and then the non-canonical characters will have either their names only or a description of like a rogue that accompanied them or something like that. I think that's perfectly fair. If people care about being in like canon or whatever. They have helms and everything. Unfortunately, the Mandalorians did not invent the helmet. Yeah, no. I made one in Minecraft. Had nothing to do with Mandalorians. Yep. Sucks. It sucks, but the Mandalorians do not, in fact, invent the helmet. Many people have been protecting their head bits for the Mandalorians. Although owning a Boba Fett helmet would be sick one day. I saw that shit on Sideshow Collectibles in the weekend. That was like $400, man. I don't have $400 to buy a fucking Boba Fett helmet, but one day. I'm not for letting players be the odd one out, their faction if they're in one. Yeah, and that's you know, I think there's also more of a story in that too sometimes. Is that if everyone from here does this and you're the one that does it differently, that's like, to me, that's an interesting story. The problem is that I find a lot of that is interesting from a cultural standpoint. It's like everyone from this town of elves becomes a farmer. That's what you do, man. You become a farmer if you're from the elven town of Elf Farmia. And you are the one elf that decided that you read a DeviantArt article on how to do Vampire the Masquerade goth makeup, and you decided to be an edgy boy, and so now you're a warlock. Oh, shit. And your patron is a VTuber that you met on Chatterbait. go for it. But that seems easier when it's like, okay, but is the person still accepted? Because the problem is when it's cultural, like, yeah, sure, it's whatever. When it's something like membership in an order, to me, it's like, okay, well, let's say you don't want to wear your Sky Knight armor for the Sky Knights. Let's say you don't want to, you know, if the order is very individualistic, I guess it's fine. If it's something more like the Jedi, you know, or the Mandalorians or whatever. But if it's something that's kind of like based on a military or whatever that has a structure, a ranking system, a hierarchy, it feels like if you just like deviate too much from it, then your character risks being kicked the fuck out. Which could be kind of a fun plot point, I guess, if you want to explore the plot of your character being kicked out of their order, or trying to earn the permission and approval of like those in their order. That could be kind of fun. Let us start filling shit in here. Star Wars Fantasy Evan. The fighters are horses. The big ships and castles, and the swords, well, they're swords, and magic is still magic. Yeah, it's true. It's true, but it carries all of the freedom of sci-fi, which is what I love about it. One of the reasons why I think fantasy is in desperate need of redesign. Somebody needs to come in and shake fantasy up and show people it doesn't have to be as boring as it is and has been. You know, traditionalism is one thing, but fantasy is, in my opinion, has stagnated. It's too self-referential, it's too incestuous, it's too common. It's like someone needs to do for fantasy what Star Wars and Star Trek and big things did for sci-fi to like push it forward. Because for a long time, sci-fi was just like very like small, earthy Martians, that kind of stuff, right? It's like the world was opened up with Star Wars and Star Trek and that whole like advent of storytelling. You had like all the sci-fi movies in the 80s and 70s. It was very interesting to see that. Fantasy needs to go through that entire same process, I believe. I think it'd be less about the setting restrictions than constructing commonalities. The Jedi have flowing designs with their triangular and overlapping robes. Mad Doctors often have a Howie lab coat. The Zora and Breath of the Wild have a sleek and cooler armor, etc. So you are right, but talking about so from visual designs, yes, but we're talking about also like order-based concepts. So if you wanted to be a Jedi from, let's just say, the Republic era, so that movies era, you wouldn't be allowed to wear like flashy clothing. It's not like, oh well, as long as it's flowy, you can wear it. They wouldn't really let you do that, you know. There'd be problems. I mean, Anakin wearing black was a big problem, but he was still wearing the traditional Jedi garb. It was just in a darker color. So, especially when we're talking about things like, hey, if you're in this order, let's think about a specific item. If you're in this order, you have to have the astral like brand somewhere on your body so that you can channel the astral magic. You have to have one of these tattoos. These tattoos are very important because they serve as a brand that allows you to act as a conduit as an astral sage. It needs to be in a large place, so your chest or your back are the obvious places. You know, whatever. Do you let a player say, oh, I want a thigh tattoo? It's like, well, that doesn't work because it's not big enough. You know, oh, I want a tattoo that looks like a giant astral butterfly. It's like, but that's not an astral ring. You need the astral ring to be able to channel the abilities. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, is like, how much do you build that stuff into a restriction versus not, you know? Because like at one part of it is like you want players to be invested and have fun, but also part of it is that you want to create a fantasy world that is more consistent and goes beyond just serving players. And so what's cooler? Is it cooler that everyone from the order has the same tattoo and they wear the same clothes and they wear the same whatever? Is that cooler? I think in a lot of cases it is. You know, the individuality comes from players wanting to interact with themselves, you know? Break down, find the basic components to be manipulated. Yeah, that works some of the time, but on rules based like order, it doesn't really work, unfortunately. Knight is a paladin or fighter. So it's more of an oath of allegiance to a lord, religion, or way of life. So rite of passage is usually a good first step in defining their commitment. But we're just talking about visuals. We're just talking about visuals right now. So I like fantasy, but fresh is not an adjective I'd apply to it, which I think is a big problem in the fantasy world right now. Dental sci-fi is freedom. It's constrained within the need to explain technology, and even if it's BS logic, it's integral to the story, whereas the fantasy is open mystery mythos, where you can associate to any culture in the world. So let me explain to you why fantasy is more restrictive than sci-fi, in my opinion. If you think about themes and motifs and ideas that are commonly used in, you know, both fantasy and science fiction, you see a whole lot more willingness to do strange and different things in sci-fi. You see a whole lot more willingness to be bold and to explore different worlds and different things, and not everything needs to be a reference. Not everything needs to be a reference to an established myth or trope. Like if you have, there are no alien races in sci-fi that translate across to every other science fiction. There's no elves or dwarves, right? You're getting new stories every single time. You look at the different aliens in Mass Effect, you look at the different aliens in Star Wars, very different stories. And people have a willingness to explore that. In sci-fi, you also have an openness to explore ideas of, like, you know, travel through the great beyond. You are getting that a little bit with Spelljammer. Spelljammer is like one of the few moves into kind of travel that isn't just like portal based or whatever. But since you have less of a connection to historical technology, it's like, okay, well, how do we feel about a magic technology that can act as a spaceship?
Visitors,
you know?
How exciting.
Yo, Kaz, thank you for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome, Kaz. How was stream? What's going on, bro? Thanks for the raid. Yo, if you guys aren't following Kaz, you can change that. Thank you, Alibaron, for the follow. Welcome, guys. We're drawing astral tattoos and talking about science fiction versus fantasy. Cozy up. And drawing dog girls for some reason. Leave me alone. But anyway, yeah. So there are certain ideas that find a home in science fiction that don't necessarily in fantasy. Fantasy is very like constrained to one area and certain storylines, and we very rarely see that expanding beyond its sort of historical ties. You know, an example of, I think, a good fantasy that is doing it right is actually Runeterra for League of Legends. I think Runeterra and the League of Legends world is actually doing it a very good job of it. Oh, fuck. That's why it's all white. I fucked up. Let me do it again. There we go. Okay. God damn it. I knew it looked wrong. I was just in the middle of talking, so fuck. Okay, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I think that fantasy has the same the same dragons, the same monsters, the same ideas, the same general communication of wizards and knights and these sort of tropes. And I find sci-fi is willing to take those ideas and take the essence of what they mean and reskin them. And so it's something that, like, there's more willingness to be different in science fiction right now. Fantasy has a very much like, if you aren't doing something that looks to be like, you know, the familiarity that we're all used to with a wizard or a knight or whatever. And I say this from personal experience as well of being a D&D streamer. I've never had so much pushback on ideas from people before in my entire life than I did when I'm streaming. Because I'll draw, like, let's just say like a wizard. And I'll draw like a different kind of like wizard spellcastery type. And someone might say like, oh, well, that's more of a sorcerer. I'm like, interesting. Okay, why? Well, you know, they don't have like the academic side. They don't have the hat and the book and the whatever. And I'm like, okay, is that necessary to be a wizard? They're like, well, yeah. Okay. So what's necessary to be like? What are the necessary features that you expect? And then I figured out after a certain time that it came down to just that expectation. In fantasy, there's a large amount of expectations, but it seems like in science fiction, people are more willing to listen to a storyteller like suppose a concept. Right? And yeah, it's like been an instinct of mine for a long time that I've basically confirmed having streamed for all this time. That every once in a while I'll get into some very strange, like very, very strange I don't say debate, because I don't really debate people on stream. I'll listen to their complaints, try and make them feel like they're not unwelcome, and then, you know, shadow ban them later. I'm kidding. Relax. But like I've fielded complaints over things with certain ideas that I've made because it's not like tradition. It doesn't fit into the mold. I found that idea of that mold is like very strong in fantasy, you know? Visualize, I suppose, something about the heraldry that's consistent, pretty key. So tattoos are going to seem like a solid start already. Maybe a piece of jewelry or ornamentation. Yeah, I mean, accessories are a good way to handle it too. So working on swords and sandals and Indian fantasy piece for a TTRPG book I'm working on. Damn, bro, it sounds like fun. That's actually sick, Kaz. Vulcans are basically space elves, live longer, pointy ears. And on the bigger picture, I mean, there's tons of other Star Trek references to folklore. Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying is the problem. I'm saying that you can have that. There are space dwarves and space elves and space all these other things. But I'm talking about willingness. So, like, pointing out that these things exist doesn't change my point that there's an unwillingness to explore out in fantasy that there is in science fiction in general. So, if you're defining fantasy as solely medieval folklore fantasy, then yeah, but pushback is happening much less. The pushback is happening much less. They're just very loud. I am defining fantasy as solely as medieval fantasy folklore because when you and I say the word fantasy, 98.8% of people think of medieval like folklore. It's like the dragon conversation. When I say the word dragon, someone can say, actually, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent in South America, in the Mesoamerican Aztec tradition, is also a dragon. It's like 98% of people think of dragons when we say dragons. So I'm being efficient in my use of language right now. And yeah, that's exactly it. That people do have that general idea of what things should be when you know? Shadowrun Magic plus Tech. Shadowrun is a great example of science fiction taking fantasy themes, which I love. With fantasy, I think it's got a lot better with broadening aesthetics. Like myself, incorporating a lot more southeastern and eastern elements in my worlds and settings and the characters I play. But it's not just the aesthetics that I'm talking about. The idea I'm putting forward is that there is a amount of self-referential themes and motifs that come from fantasy that we don't get in science fiction. In science fiction, when you draw strange, odd things and you tell different, stories of exploration and wonder, people are a whole lot less willing to, or a whole lot less stiff on what the concept is to remain in their fantasy. Science fiction, you can do crazy stuff and people will call it. It's like, you know what? No amount. Here's how I can sort of like communicate this idea. Science fiction nerds will accept a lot of fantasy in their science fiction and still call it science fiction. Fantasy nerds will take science fiction in their fantasy and say it's no longer fantasy. Right? It's that it's like that rigidity, that stiffness, that unwillingness to broaden, I guess, right? I had an opportunity to purchase a physical book for Shadowrun 4e plus a dozen supplements, but I passed on it because I've never played one of them, but I don't need them. Shadowrun's fun, Cobalt. I think you'd actually like looking through them. You fucked up. You fucked up, man. Shadowrun's a lot of fun to look through. DD player might not push back on new concepts because they have to make their character before experiencing the world. If they saw your concepts as linear media before playing, I think would be quite excited. Probably, yeah, maybe. That's my intuition as well, but I don't know. I actually don't really know because there's not a lot of like really interesting fantasy worlds, right? Like that are very unique, without being accused of being science fiction. Do you think people would accuse League of Legends as being sci-fi? So I don't know, man. It's difficult, but like fantasy nerds push back on this shit, man, because they know what fantasy is and should be, and there's more of an expectation to it. So when you're designing something for fantasy and you know, fantasy games or whatever that can be seen as a fantasy game, I think using the F word is like really dangerous. Like I would really try to avoid calling Eldar like a fantasy setting. I'd prefer to just kind of like present it and people can kind of put whatever word they want onto it, but like I never want to sort of like say I'm trying to make a fantasy setting. Because I think that like limits me in some ways, in a way that sort of like conforms with what fantasy nerds think should be there. But yeah, I mean, fantasy in general right now is just like, it's pretty boring and there's not really anything interesting going on. Like maybe, I mean, the problem is that like people say like, oh, Evan, read Wheel of Time. Okay, well, I watched the first 10 minutes of Wheel of Time and I watched the trailer. And then I watched Lord of the Rings Amazon shit. And then you watch Game of Thrones. And then you watch Legend of the Seeker. You watch all these things, and it's like, this is the same shit, man. This is the same shit over and over again. It's the same swords and sorcery stuff. And as soon as you start adding in weird shit like, you know, any sort of like magitech or whatever, visually people flip out. As soon as you add in concepts that are sort of easily explored in sci-fi, you get fantasy nerds starting to scoff that it's no longer fantasy. It's like, I don't understand who in the fantasy nerddom is trying to protect fantasy so hard. It's like, what is their investment in the term fantasy so that's so important to them that they you know, that they are threatened, you know, by like expanding fantasy. Because I know this, when people started saying that like, oh, League of Legends Runeterra is going to be the next great fantasy MMO, man, you got people losing their mind about it. They're like, it's not fantasy, it's science fiction. How could it be fantasy if there's like cars and airships? Oh man, it feels pretty fantasy to me. Very interesting. Some people have very stiff ideas of what each genre should look like, but I think that to create something actually new and interesting, you kind of have to transcend both genres. Like no one who I think has ever done anything interesting and like changed a genre really worried about what the genre was beforehand. It's just like kind of a skin in some ways, you know? I mean, you can look at Tolkien and Lucas for examples of like how they talked about the genre of fantasy versus science fiction. I think it's really interesting, actually. It's almost like they can be unique, or they can't be unique. Try making a D&D world without elves or dwarves, and people will not be having it. Sci-fi would have the same race requirements for people. Yeah, sci-fi doesn't have any requirements, because sci-fi is about the motifs, about the ideas, the themes, the whatever. It's not about the content necessarily. A lot of fantasy requires certain amounts of content in it, and that's the thing that I'm trying to get away from. Is if there's certain content that you have to have in, or that people expect in, to be fantasy. Like, you know, when I had the discussion weeks ago about does good fantasy require dragons? Which is very interesting. People are very opinionated about that, but I actually really like it. Does good fantasy require dragons? Yo, Rasa, thank you for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back for another month in the Dragon's Claim. Honored to have you. The mystery stew is still not a mystery. Guild repairs are still free, but I don't know if you want them. I guess I just support the support, or appreciate the support. Law and Runeterra definitely have pushed the boundaries quite a bit, but it has been around for a long time now, and the Skylines have their own unique world building and lore as well. Yeah, but the whole thing is on the whole thing. It's like, how do you get a world that has Piltover, Zon, and Demacia and still have people generally call it fantasy? I think Arcane got upgrading fantasy right. Like, it was pretty interesting to see how easy it was to jump into. Yeah, it was very strange that some people thought that Arcane was supposed to be sci-fi. I don't know. Genre is weird. Like supposed to and should be, and these are all like very interesting words to talk about or to think about when talking about like stories and whatever. You know? It's really fantasy. Fantasy. It's a good game. Yeah, Keck. People get so bogged down, and this is what we know of fantasy must be this. Do you think there's something about fantasy that makes fantasy nerds particularly protective of the idea of fantasy? Like, is fantasy gatekeepy? Is that what we're kind of like figuring out here? Is that making a fantasy world or a fantasy thing is like, are fantasy nerds, and not every fantasy nerd, the vast majority of fantasy nerds are just happy to be there, you know. I'm talking about the vocal minority. Is it gatekeepy that we're running into when we're expanding out our fantasy? I disagree with one point though. Anakin would wear black because he looked fabulous in black. You can't always break fashion codes if you look good. Yeah, true. Dude, Hayden Christensen's so good looking in those movies. I don't care. Like, I get it. I get the posters. What's up, Meegs? Well, the alternate world type fantasies, where medieval age, no magic, but different map. Sometimes that's enough. Yeah. Be interesting to create a list of like themes and ideas that you communicate in fantasy that you don't communicate in sci-fi, or that you communicate in sci-fi that you don't communicate in fantasy. In general, because the problem is, here's the danger of having a discussion about this. Is that many times we have an intuition where we want to sound smart, so we want to find the exceptions. We're talking about the rules, not the exceptions. It's something I have to be very aware of when I'm reading. I'm not saying anyone is doing that here, but I always have to have these like ideas in my head of like, we're talking about a rule, not an exception. So like, but in general, which is why I try and say like in general a lot. I wonder if there's a way we could like distill or condense ideas and themes or motifs that are generally seen in one and not the other, and try and figure out why. That'd be a really interesting stream. Look, all right, Kaz, thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Go enjoy your dinner, my friend. Final Fantasy is something to look at. They started out as mostly high fantasy with tidbits of sci-fi and became more and more sci-fi over time. Yeah, and they have like a return to that though. Like, I don't know, Final Fantasy 15 seems very much more classic fantasy. So I wonder if it does come down to themes or if it just comes down to content. I wonder if anyone would make an argument for Harry Potter being sci-fi. Probably not, right? I'd still like to hear that argument. So don't tell me why Harry Potter is actually a brilliant sci-fi. Obsessed with him in the prequels. I thought he was so handsome. I think that's why I love broody men now. Is just because of Anakin Skywalker. Because Hayden Christensen as Anakin Skywalker ruined it. Alright, that's fair. Yep, that's fine, Guapo. I understand. Unfortunately, I can see how it would happen. You can sort of picture the entire thing start to finish. Dude, okay, fuck. I think I am actually sick. Please don't be sick. Please don't be sick. I'm gonna be so fucking mad if I'm sick. I'm sitting here chewing on gum. Not enough. Fuck. All right. This is why I'm not going to family gatherings anymore. When I leave the house, see, like, is it bad? I'm gonna have a hot take here. I'm gonna have a hot take. You guys want to watch me get canceled? Speed run. I felt more comfortable going out during COVID to family events because people were very conscious of the fact that they felt a little bit sick. They didn't go. Or they canceled or whatever. I said it. We were all thinking it. I said it. Uncle Fred's got a sore throat and a stuffy nose. During COVID, Uncle Fred would have locked himself inside. But nope. Nope. Not now. Not anymore. Fantasy something to look at. It started out as mostly high fantasy with tidbits of sci-fi. It became more sci-fi over time. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting, Blaze. I've been thinking about that. Where was I in chat? Low fantasy is generally this genre with low and no magic, solving medieval European feel. Sitting here thinking about that and just keep thinking, man, fantasy is so freaking broad. Yeah, it is. Totally. But like the thing is, if fantasy seems ridiculously broad, then what you're doing is you're overthinking it. All right. Sometimes the best thing to do, Vidi, is to go. I find to go on gut instinct. So, gut instinct is Star Wars fantasy or sci-fi. Sci-fi. Lord of the Rings fantasy or sci-fi. Fantasy. You know. And you can make cases for different things and whatever and this and that. But I think for gut instincts or gut checks on it is important to just, you know, keep things contained, I guess. Not always change knights and samurai with Rajput warrior and Bam. Bahobai is a mix of folklore from India. It's not subscribed to any single story. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. Obviously, wasn't named that because of the content of the game. Yeah, true. Harry Potter's magic works only for specific DNA. The nanotechnology performs the action response to verbal commands primarily. The tech activates when a user wields a wand primarily. I know very little about Harry Potter though. It's one of the things with it's the one with the all genetically engineered owls and stuff. Yeah. All right. Dogness is correct. There he is. Harry Potter is officially a sci-fi. Excellent. We've made the case for Harry Potter being science fiction. Now we just need to make the case for Lord of the Rings being science fiction. Sick. All right, Bizzo. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you, Busy. Rest up. I know you have a whole day of trying not to take a nap tomorrow, so you want to be well rested for that. Best you get from Lord of the Rings is steampunk, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Wait, is steampunk sci-fi or fantasy? I actually don't know whether it's considered. I think it's wait, what is steampunk? Is steampunk considered sci-fi? Broadly, anyway. Steampunk is sci-fi? Usually. Yeah, steampunk. Being Lucas all-time best action adventure movie is Willow. Changed my mind. I've never seen Willow. I've never seen Willow. Maybe I did like a long time ago. I haven't seen Willow as an adult that can form opinions about things. I know they're doing a new Willow project or whatever. I don't know if it's good or not. But I'm pretty sure it has something to do with Warwick Davis. I like Warwick Davis. I don't know. It's very difficult to get me to watch something. It is very difficult these days. There's so many things to read that watching things feels like a chore. Dude, watch? Really? Should I? 'Cause I'm sure I've seen it when I was, like, very young. I just, like, I vaguely remember scenes and stuff, but I don't remember anything about it. I couldn't tell you a fucking thing about the characters or whatever. No, watch Willow. Blasphemy? I'd say the same thing about not playing World of Warcraft, but here I am forgiving people. Call yourselves D&D players, never played World of Warcraft? For shame. You know, kind of is his own thing, right? I don't think Willow as an adult, but remember liking it even as a bit cheesy. There's a lot of puppetry and stuff in Willow, wasn't there? Willow show was okay, but they styled it weird. The movie's fantastic, though. Maybe I'll go back and watch the movie. I haven't seen a lot of movies, though. I feel like there's like a lot of movies that people consider to be like important classics that I just don't think I've ever seen. Or at least not in any way as an adult where I'd remember anything about it. I liked what I liked growing up. And I didn't have time to watch movies when I was a teenager. I feel like watching movies as a kid doesn't really count because you don't remember anything because you're a kid, because you're dumb. But as a teenager is when you really get to start like watching things and whatnot. And personally, I feel like when I was a teenager, I was too busy playing video games. Which I think are way more informative to building a fantasy world than movies are. But that's me.
Visitors, how exciting.
Oh shit. I lost my color. Richard, what's going on, dude? Richard, thank you for the raid. How was your stream, my friend? How was stream? How are projects? What were you doing? What were you playing? What were you talking about? Welcome, everybody. If y'all aren't a follower of Brutal Richards, you can change that, my friends. You, like many others, can change that. What's going on, bro? What'd you guys do today? Last seen playing Hollow Knight. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've never played Hollow Knight. I know nothing about this. I've been told I have to, but I don't know. There's many things that I have to play, supposedly. What do you think? How long is Hollow Knight to get through, actually? Raging out Hollow Knight, letting these bugs know for what? Look, how long is a playthrough? We want to play through Hollow Knight. What are we looking at here? If I invest my time, I'm like, you know what? It's time. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take the Hollow Knight dive. Got a cute little art style. 26 hours. 26 hours. 26 hours. Hold on. So if I can get Mephisto dead in an average of 2.5 minutes, we'll do 60. No, hold on. 60 divided by 2.5. So I can get 24 Mephisto runs in. 24 times 26. So I can get 624 Mephisto runs in Diablo 2 in the time it would take me to play Hollow Knight. 624 Mephisto runs. There's gotta be some good drops in there that I'd be giving up, right? Holy shit. That's like almost a single Shaco. That is almost a single Shaco. I had an Arachnids drop last night from Mephisto. I did around 15 runs last night, and I actually had an Arachnid Mesh drop. It's the second best drop I've gotten this ladder season. The first was the Stone of Jordan. Maybe it was the third, actually. The first I got were perfect War Travs. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's a lot. That's a lot of Mephisto runs to play Hollow Knight. I don't know, bro. Maybe I'd gain something else out of playing Hollow Knight than I wouldn't necessarily gain out of a Mephisto run, though. There is also an extra bit of value from that. I will admit that maybe Hollow Knight has something more intrinsic to offer than just than just Mephisto runs. So that is fair. I will allow for that. I will allow for that possibility. 26, you can watch Willow in 12. Wait, Willow 12-ish times by then? But if Willow is 2 hours, then that's almost 50 Mephisto runs. 50 Mephisto runs could be some pretty good shit, dude. I could find a Herald of Zakarum, you know? I was told I have to, but avoided out of spite because it looks like I drew the game, and not gonna lie, that made me mad since I did not have, or I did not, and I could have been rich. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Sometimes you see a game and you're like, oh man, god damn it, I could have done that, but I didn't, and now I'm just sitting here doing Mephisto runs. Yeah, fuck, dude. What's up, Atari? Thank you, the Richard. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll try Hollow Knight out. I've heard Hollow Knight is one of the games that I've like consistently heard people tell me I have to play. The game that people have complained about the most that I need to play is Nier. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to give up after the first time I rolled my credits on the game. But after that, Hollow Knight and Undertale are the next ones. I get a lot of demands to play Hollow Knight and Undertale. And Hades looks like a game that I've already played. If that makes sense. That makes sense. Hades looks like a game that I've already put like dozens of hours into. I don't know why. Yeah. Started watching the Willow series, but wasn't sure how I felt about it. Is it worth watching? Most people give me a impression that it isn't worth watching, but do you do 50 Mephisto runs in 2 hours, 6 minutes? Yeah, I definitely do. Fans love playing Guess That Spell. For what? Wait. Meta humor? Oh, D&D movie. Oh, I see. Okay, D&D movie equals very good. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad it was good. Bastion or Transistor? I played Bastion. I didn't play Transistor because my friend demanded I play Transistor, and she whined about it and whined about it and whined about it at work. And at one point in time, she told me that I wasn't that I had to play it or else I couldn't call myself a game developer. That this game was like, too important. And I asked her how many hours she has in World of Warcraft, and she said she's never played it. And her opinion on what it takes to be a game developer officially just sunk to the bottom of my list. So I just haven't. I realized she was an idiot, didn't know what she's talking about, and yeah, I never played Transistor. Looks fun though. So wait for the update when you get through ending C to E. I said I would. I said I would. Probably this summer. This summer, I'm going to take a week off of everything. Of work and everything else. And just play games. And play not, like, comfort games. Like, I'm not going to play League. I'm not going to play Diablo. You know? None of that. He's maybe the same developer who made Bastion Descent Transistors. That's probably why it looks familiar. No, I just mean the gameplay. Like, I feel like I've played a game like Hades. Like, I don't need to, you know? Yeah, I've been seeing your painting stuff, Venus. The color study you did was awesome. This is pretty good, I think. It started a new game plus right after finishing the credits at the end. Is it like, does the story change for New Game Plus? Or what? I'm not the biggest fan of New Game Plus, to be honest. To me, New Game Plus, this is a me thing again. I'm not making any judgments on the way anyone spends their time. To me, New Game Plus is a waste of time. 98% of the time that you have New Game Pluses. But that's with my own value structure of why I play video games. If you're having fun, New Game Plus in it, I will fight for your right to do that to the death. But I ain't about that. Since I joined stream at the proper shading moment. Yes, CJ. It seems as if you have. Welcome. Welcome as we work on the most important work in all of Tellurian art academia. Get a moment, I'm gonna appreciate critique for which piece. I can probably do it out of stream. I don't really feel like doing critique on stream today. But if you tell me which piece you want me to look at, I can give you some feedback on it. Alright. Oh, fuck, I hope I'm not sick. I'm sick. What am I talking about? Fuck. Every spring. The desert thingy, maybe the redhead who has hella pale skin. Okay, got it. Got it. Yeah, the when you said color study, I was wondering what your palette was that you're working with, because she looked like a ghost. Not a bad thing, though, if that's what you're going for. Okay, we're slowly killing our undersketch layer here, which is good. God, this is such a different character design from what I usually do. Let's do her. Let's do her book and robes and stuff as well. Okay. Yeah, because I want to get this done in the next couple weeks, so that Fishy I can do a little D&D thing that I think would be kind of fun. We'll simplify this design. I want to show. I want to show folds in it instead. Having like a heavy piece of metal on the bottom. I don't know. What does it mean, Nico? Hydrate and lots of rest or else? Yeah, rough. You seen the cat? I did see the cat, Thorkin. Can you tell me the story of the cat? Why do you just have cat? What? Where did you acquire cat? Did you just like steal the cat? You just yoink it or what? Cause like, look, I got nothing against it. If you yoinked a cat, your neighbor's like, bruh, my cat. Like, I won't snitch. but that's how cat works. One day you just own a cat. Is it? Do I own a cat? Hey Google, do I own a cat? Oh, okay. Google doesn't know. Yeah. I'm a little disappointed, honestly. Imagine having Oompa Loompa foot and allergies. Wait, for what? Wait, what? I'm so confused. I'm just so utterly confused, Venus. What if we start with our like actual, like our dark shade, carry this through the character's silhouette, and then draw around it? I wonder if that'd be better, or it's harder to work and do line work when you have that already in. It's got to be an obvious way to do this. Messed with your foot last week? Turned Oompa Loompa shades? Damn, dude, that's fuck. Chill, Venus, chill. Found a cat in the snowstorm under my sister's car. Poor dude was left there, so we adopted him. We asked the neighbors as well, and it wasn't theirs. I mean, there's not a lot of neighbors out there, right? So, I guess you would know, like, if it was anyone's cat, right? Huh. Maybe we should just use our fill layer through the entire thing right now. Let me try something. Thank you, Penguin, for the sub. Thank you most of all for using the emote that nobody uses, that everybody hates. The emote that I should probably delete. It is the least used, least favored emote. In fact, you know what? After stream, I might delete it. Fuck it, I don't know. Right? Thank you, Penguin. Thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the tier 2 for almost 2 whole fucking years, bro. What the hell? That's ridiculous. Thank you, man. That's insane. How you doing, bro? I think it's some a-hole that dropped him there in an effing snowstorm. Really? So you just get a free cat. Did you get it, like, checked out and shit? Or what? My sneak attacks will no longer be consist of heartfelt boops. They'll be rage-filled boops now. Alright, got it. Blaze out here cheering bits when I'm not even streaming to try and scare the shit out of me. Because, like some streamers, I sometimes have my Streamlabs open when I'm not live. I had my stream open, like a couple weeks ago, or my Streamlabs open, and I got a follower notification. I was like, oh, that's sweet. And I got like 6 more immediately after. I looked up and saw my friends shouted me out on their channel. I was like, oh, okay. Okay, chill. Yeah, chill. Chill. This whole thing, I think, is going to be black, except for the highlight and the metal. I think I'd prefer that anyway. Okay. We yesterday got him vax as well. Hell yeah, brother. Do you know how old this cat is? This like free cat that you have now? Is it a baby or is it like 33 and have like 2 kids and a mortgage? Look pretty small, but I guess you don't know with cats or dogs. People assume a unit's gonna like grow up one day. Had somebody on walk say, "Oh, how big is she gonna get when she's fully grown?" Like that's fully grown. Yep. That's fully grown. Also, I don't know what I did to piss you off, but she doesn't like me anymore. Dogs are moody, man. I don't know what the hell I did, but she won't come when I call for her anymore. She's supposedly in the teenage phase, but I don't know, Drew. I think I pissed her off or some shit. 67 weeks, and he got extra toe beads. So he has 2 extra in the front and 2 extra in the back. He basically has opposable thumbs. Wait. What if this cat was some sort of a lab experiment? Yeah, what if this is like some Death Stranding shit? Holy shit, man. What made you decide to keep him? You just decided you wanted a cat and fuck it, free cat. No one's allergic, why not? Because, bro, if I found a free cat, man... somebody I know would have a free cat. This armor's kind of nice, actually. I really like the ornate Astral Sage armor that the knights get to have. Like, if Astral Sages got to wear metal more often. Polydactyl cats are so cute. You have several litters of them growing up. Is that what it's called? This is an actual word? Polydactyl cat. Let's see. Your cat has an your cat's paw has an extra paw. This is cursed. This is what your fucking cat looks like? That is cursed. That's horrifying. What the fuck? So it just walks around. It just walks around like that, man? Really? Alright, sick. Cool. Okay. That's like either a bad omen or like some religious I don't know. Some like religious icon or a bad omen or some shit. If this was Salem, we'd have to like, I don't know, consult the elders or something. I think it's pretty cool though. He walks around with little mitten feet, mitten-shaped species. How do you put them in boots? Yeah, how do you put boots on your cat when you take it for a walk? If it's got weirdly shaped feet, I don't know how are you supposed to do. Do they make cat boots specifically for that? You know when it's like -20 out and it's like snowing and shit, but you need to take your cat out for a walk. What do you do? That seems like a stressor, if anything. wonder what this is made of. Kind of like thin material. Question is how shiny to make it, basically. It's gonna have a bit of a sheen to it, obviously. I'll give it a little bit of a shine, see what happens. Art homework? What do you want to do? Do you want to actually get better? Or do you want to have some fun? What are you feeling, Venus? What kind of project do you want? So I got both. Why are you putting boots on your cat and taking it for a walk? What you're supposed to do that, right? What are you? Yeah, what do you mean? How do you take your cat for a walk? Like, what happens when your cat needs to go out? I'm so confused. Want to get good? All right, Venus. Studies on Italian sculptors' faces. Like, find any sculptures from Michelangelo or the Italian Renaissance, anywhere around that, and do value studies on faces with a respect to trying to figure out how to construct form. All right. I noticed that you're still sort of trying to find the different planes of the face sometimes in your work, which is awesome. I think you're doing a very good job at it for where you're at, but I think that it'll help you have an easier time drawing characters. And one of the great ways to study facial planes is to see how sculptors chose to handle it and how the light reflects off of it and stuff like that. We'll draw some Medicis, some Moses, some David, things like that. Ooh, shiny. My brush is too small right now. There we go. There we go. Should I get my cat's harnesses to touch grass? Take your cat outside? What? Also, I want to train Gwen to wear a harness. She would love going for walkies with both. Well, what do you mean? You don't take your cat out? What happens when he needs to go to the washroom? You don't just like have a litter box for that shit in your house, do you? That's gross, man. What are you talking about? You gotta take it out, you know? Who litter boxes a cat? Thinking 3D and values? Yep. Think of the planes. The way the light hits certain planes. What I want you to do, Venus, is I want you to start recognizing when you're painting a face, I want you to start recognizing how bone structure influences things. So when you have like when you're painting I want you to start thinking about those planes and how like the orbital socket on a skull creates a shadow line under it. You know, how to sort of derive flat planes on a face, and then all the intricacies that happen within those flat planes. So you can measure and build faces based on that. And sculptures are a good way of finding those values, of losing a lot of the skull. I'm trying to do two things here at the same time. How losing a lot of using a lot of value will help define sort of your planes. But you don't like arrive to that point understanding like how to sort of construct it until you're sort of like messing around with lighting, understanding what's going on with bone structure, and then understanding the planes as well. So you're trying to find like 5 different constructions at the same time in there. You're trying to find bone structure, you're trying to find planes that light's hitting, you're trying to find shadows and shadow shapes around the eye, around the skull. And like you could do another exercise if you wanted to. You could try to draw in only the shadows that you see. You know, on a face. Depending on the lighting. And like not even touching with these sculptures. Any line work whatsoever to describe detail. But only line work that describes value. And then as you construct that, you know, you'll recognize like where light's hitting on these faces or where shadow shapes are being created, and then try and figure out what's going on with like your anatomy underneath the surface to like fill in basically the gaps. Because the problem with a lot of the character faces that you're drawing is that it's like you're trying to balance too many things at once, and you need to start practicing things to push them into the backside of your brain so that your brain doesn't have to consciously think about it every time you try and pull it forward. And you do that by doing boring ass studies. That's right, man. There's only one way to get good at art, and it's boring ass fucking studies. It makes you good at art, and no one else wants to do it. So it's actually so simple to be good at art. It is so remarkably simple to be good at art that no one has an excuse and no one's allowed to pretend like they don't know how to. You can tell me it's hard. You can tell me it's like really hard to get good at art, and I agree. I'm sympathetic. But you can't tell me it's complicated. Which is kind of nice, I guess, you know? I felt in the painting slump though recently. I feel like I've regressed in painting. I don't know what it is. Something about yeah, actually I don't know. I feel like painting has been really difficult for me. I got to do like a bunch of practice studies for it over the next week or so. Green value, yeah. Actually, I wonder if... Yeah, never mind. I was gonna think, I wonder if studying paintings is better. But no, I think 3D... Yeah, stick with sculpture for now, Venus. Sculpture's the way to go, I think. Okay. For her tab art here, I wanted there to be a certain amount of Astral Sage design on it. We also talked about clouds. We also talked about being an important feature of the whatever we named her. Race, species, whatever. Clouds be an important motif for them. Maybe we'll do like extra, because like I can do the big sort of like silver embroidery designs in them, but I feel like on the base sketch there was like more detail in them. Save and stretch. Oh, thanks, man. Your 2-hour break today? Oh, I didn't. What the fuck? I did not. I went downstairs at some point in time, checked the front door because I thought a bear was breaking into our house, but you know, thankfully not. Had a friend actually nearby, a moose like trashed something in their yard. Not like in an angry way, but like when a moose walks through a backyard, sometimes it just trashes it. That's like the thing about creatures like moose that are just so fucking big. They don't usually intentionally trash anything, but I do my stretches on each finger. This is important. Mostly on my left hand recently. I don't know why. I'm seeing a lot of people posting hashtag portfolio day. Is that once a year thing or? Portfolio Day is a time for artists to get together on Twitter and get to know each other. Some people think the Portfolio Day is just an opportunity to show off your shit for, you know, whatever, because you think it's cool. But Portfolio Day is honestly a hashtag to jump into. And ooh, that could be dangerous. We're not gonna look through hashtags on Twitter. But Portfolio Day is a time for artists typically to get to know each other. So I really like it. I like it. Yeah, it's basically whenever we decide. People just like some big artists, like if you have actual like sway on social media, you can like start a Portfolio Day hashtag and trend or whatever. And it's not any sort of set day or whatever. It's just it's like, it used to be once a year, but now it's probably like happens every other month, maybe. I don't know. It's a good time to post on Twitter and go see some other artists and get to know people and whatnot. And it is a really big tweet. Like, an important tweet that I send out once in a while. So if you could like it, I'd appreciate that. Thank you for everyone who has liked it. Yo, we got 12 likes. Yo, PogChamp. Someone just liked it. But anyway, yeah, Thorkin, it's not like a specific day. It's just a time for artists to share their stuff and get to know other artists. And visibility is really important. If you can get some visibility and traction on your portfolio day tweet, then you can get to know a lot of other artists. But a lot of times, I've never really had a portfolio day tweet get a lot of like traction, but I have made a couple friends out of it. You know, an artist like messaging me, being like, "Yo, your stuff's Pog. Hey, tell me how you do this," and then you make friends with new artists, and it's fun. I don't know, fun. Just saying, I'm just gonna sneak this dump truck through the alleyway. That's a moose just strolling through a yard. Yeah, it's they're not as subtle as they think, because they think they're subtle. Oh, they think they're sneaky. I was also very depressed to see that the Canadian geese have returned. They begin returning. I've seen them around the city. I've seen them flying overhead. Went down to the river and they were just waddling along the ice. Yuna has never had a bad run-in with the Canadian goose yet. So I'm a little bit nervous next year. Or this year. She's gonna try and make friends with one or whatever. Who's walking through your yard is like the equivalent of someone pulling a U-turn in your garden. Basically. Like having a kid with their own bedroom. More or less. I also love the Astral Booba as your most liked tweet by far. It's not my most liked tweet ever, but it's up there. That is very disappointing in some ways. That a work in progress joke tweet can get so much traction. But I didn't actually realize it. Because, like, the secret is I don't actually use Twitter. I don't really see anything that goes on Twitter. I don't use it for the most part. I'll do a quick scroll through the artists that I like once in a while. Some of my friends' work, things like that. But I just do not engage with Twitter. On, like, a hashtag level or whatever. I've never, like, been so inspired to look through a hashtag to see what people are talking about for a certain topic. It's just not really my thing anymore. I definitely lost a lot of days to social media back in the day. I'm very careful about it now. Very careful about only engaging with things that I really want to. Algorithms and scrolling and recommendation is like really bad for me. It has been in the past.
Hashtag Oregano, I mean, Oregon, I mean. Where was I going with this? Ah yes, bonobo.
No, okay. Why the bonobo? Why the least of the great apes? Thank you, Aduri. I think it's 100 bits. I appreciate that, bro. Thanks, man. Are you sure it went up by a lot? Did it? If I refresh. $76 likes. Yeah, no, that's not my most liked post. My most liked ever Twitter post was something like 150 likes or some shit, which is still nothing. Like don't get me wrong, it is still absolutely nothing. Like cringe people talking about getting a couple hundred likes on a tweet like it means something. I don't want to appear to be that cringe. For my standards and my metrics, yeah, it's pretty high for me, but it is still like nothing in the grand scheme of the internet. God damn it. I think I'm sick. Fuck. Gotta start somewhere. Yeah, basically. I just find it a little bit, I don't know. I don't love celebrating milestones for things that are like, I don't know. He'll get mad at me when I talk about stuff like this. So, whatever. That's a lot of likes. You're right. I'll just say that. There you go. I find shading and hatching in areas that are already dark more difficult, you know? I find it actually more difficult, unironically. There's so much of this, like, under sketch that I need to delete, too. Just popping out here and there. Okay. We're getting there. We're slowly getting the intersection dead. If something I posted ever hit 2 digits, it would be a massive hit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, totally. That's the problem. So I don't like to talk about like numbers and stuff because it makes it sound like when I say that I don't care, like that I'm not like thrilled or like blown away or whatever by something hitting a certain amount of likes. Sometimes people didn't think that means that I like don't care at all or whatever. Or that doesn't like, I don't know. It's hard. It's confusing. It's not that I don't care. I just try not to. I try not to celebrate small wins that are fleeting because it's not indicative of like any kind of success or growth. Like anyone can have a tweet go semi-viral and get lots of likes. Doesn't change anything though. Doesn't really mean you're doing much right. It's like one of those principles of like sometimes it can be luck, sometimes not. I just try not to read too much into it, I guess. When something does well. Not sure if that makes sense. Me started a metric conversation. Thought it was somewhat funny that the arts look amazing as always. Thanks, man. Now we're chilling. We're chilling. Not concerned if something does good, that's great, but if it does bad or nothing at all, I don't mind either. Yeah, it's hard to. It's like really hard to keep a balanced opinion on your work when social media is involved. It's such a difficult challenge for artists, I think. It's a challenge for everybody, but I talk about artists because that's what I can talk about. It is a big challenge to like manage expectations and what work is actually valuable. What part of it's virality and luck, and what part of it is earned. It's hard for artists, I think, to earn follows in a lot of ways. Artists on Twitter, I think, is mostly a fairly egalitarian exercise. Like, as an artist on Twitter, I think generally every artist on Twitter is about as big as they should be. A lot of artists like to complain and say it's like a luck game. I don't honestly think it is, really. I think there's a certain amount of things you can do that you can like sort of do to control the threshold of luck. And after a certain point, if you're doing those things, wherever you are is kind of like, that's where you should be. Like placement in a video game, you know? It's like if you're playing enough and playing consistently and doing certain things, it's like you kind of are your rank for a reason. And I always look at my art like that. Like my art will grow, my Twitter presence will grow when I am a good enough artist to make it, I guess. I just gotta wait for that. I'm not too concerned about it. You know that guy, what to do? Yeah, what's up? Good to see you. You're after that, it's consistency and persistence. Yeah. So, I don't know. A lot of people get mad at me when I say that. A lot of people get really upset with me when I try and I don't know, propose an idea that, you know, maybe someone's social media presence or their stream or whatever it is they're working on isn't growing or isn't doing well or whatever their metric is for doing well for a reason. You know, it isn't just like luck or bad luck. I don't like to think like leave a lot to luck and chance. I find leaving things to luck and chance irrelevant of how true it is, a poor way to live, if that makes sense. My philosophy, and I know people disagree with me on this, my philosophy is luck and chance exist, but you should kind of act as if they don't. Because otherwise, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Just hope? And just like, you surrender so much of your ability as an artist to chance. And even if it's true, people make cases for it being true, and I'm like, that's not the case you should be making. Because I don't know if it's true or not. I'll live as if it isn't. As if luck and chance don't impact your success. Because I think that's the only way that you can actually invest in yourself. You're not truly going to invest in yourself and your art and what you do if you think that there's a component of it that's just click a button, oh, maybe it goes huge, maybe it goes nuclear, people like it, they actually see it, maybe it doesn't. Who knows, man? You never know. And like, that's like true to a certain extent, but I think it's a poor way to live as an artist. Now, you do run the risk of being so hard on yourself and taking every single, like, you know, non-solid post of work or whatever as like a personal attack or whatever. Like, oh, this piece of art didn't do super well, therefore I must be a bad artist. But I kind of don't mind that like harshness. Like, I think that if you believe in what you're gonna do and you're not going to give up your career, like if you're solid and steadfast in what you're planning on doing in your life, I don't think that stuff affects you too much. The like mental health or whatever effects of you thinking you're at fault for your own lack of growth constantly, even more so than might actually be true. I don't know, man. I feel like that's like that exposes a large weakness in your drive, because it's like clearly then the success is the main reason why you're going to be doing this. Success is just kind of like an interesting side byproduct for art for I think most like dedicated artists. But I think a lot of young artists that don't really understand what the fuck they're doing, they view the success metric as like the only reason why it's worth it. You know, it's like if somebody says to you like, hey man, you're like a 20 viewer streamer and you're gonna make it by with like prints and stuff, and you're gonna have like a decent living for the rest of your life or some shit, would you still do this? And they're like, what? You mean in X years I'll only be this big as an artist? I wouldn't be this or that? And they say no. It's like, I don't know, man. That's like telling or some shit. But I don't know. People get mad at me when I start talking about stuff like that. Love the ranked analogy. I fully agree. Let's lurk in lunch and keep working. Lots of love. All right, L2. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Have a good lurk. See you, Meegs. Using the blue lock, chance may exist, but I've not seen blue lock. But you have to be positioned at the right place to take it, otherwise it might just land in the other person's foot. So at the end of the day, you create your own chances to a certain extent. That's how I view it. Yeah. I mean, I've fucked up opportunities. I've lost opportunities, and I think that stings. Yeah, I just think in general that I like to take more personal responsibility for my growth and my art. I don't like the idea of being popular because I drew Booba or being well known because I, did Critical Role fan art. Because I played the game or did whatever. But people who play the game will tell you that's like the only way to grow. That's fine. Their perspective. It's what they do to grow. It's very telling when someone explains to you how they view growth. For me, I think you just strong arm it. You just brute force it. If you're good, you get recognized. If you aren't, you don't get recognized. There are exceptions. There are things you can do to bolster, but at the end of the day, I don't like to believe in this idea that success as an artist in social media is a matter of virality. Again, no matter how true it might be or whatever, I think it's a poor way to live. Are you thinking it's about having the skills to be there at the right place? Yeah. Yeah, totally. Okay. Man, we're getting a lot done today. I feel like shit, but I feel like we're still cruising. I worry my energy level might be a little bit low today. Apologize if it is. A spicy counterpoint, but we'll save that for myself unless you want to talk about it. All right, hit me. What's your counter? Hit me. I think party wants to share it. Otherwise it wouldn't let it out. Let's see it. Let me see the spice. I'll have the spice. I want to do patterning on this beyond the clouds, but I don't know. Because the Astral Sage patterns are very where's our sages? What the fuck? What layer are you even looking at right now? Oh, this is frozen. Oh, this is frozen. Okay, I see. I see. That's why I couldn't move the layers around. It was fucking uh-oh. Did all of Photoshop freeze? Ah, come on, dude. What is with these freezes and crashes recently, bro? It's fine. I have autosave on recovery. It's just annoying. I don't lose more than 5 minutes of work, so it's just annoying. God damn it. All right, we're trying. It's opening. So what did we miss out on for Runa? Oh, not too much. Oh yeah, just a little bit of shading on her around her stomach. Yeah, that's fine. Easy. What I was saying is this guy no. Astral Sages have more design. Most kind of like ornate, flowy design that I feel like I should capitalize on more. It's like only metallic, but I gotta figure out how to make this metallic design somewhat like applicable to fabric and stuff. You're having these issues with Photoshop because you're working with super high resolutions? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I have like honestly, I think it's a version issue. So when Photoshop starts supporting a version, more and more problems happen. as it gets closer to the end of its life cycle. They'll say they still support the version, but like the Photoshop that I use is I'm using what's the version on? I actually have no idea. About? Is this the web page? Fuck, this is the web page. Okay, I don't know. I think I'm on 21 still. So I think I'm now getting close to 2 years behind. No, stop it. Stop. That's for memes. YouTube. Yeah, I think I'm still on 2021. So I think I'm 2 years behind now. And I don't like to update versions because they don't figure their shit out. Like, I would not switch to 2023. If it was out right now, which I don't know if it is, I would not switch to it because it's a little too, you know, unstable might be the right word to use. Things still be crap regardless of the number of hours poured into it. This isn't a don't chase your dreams, but rather a message stay flexible and self-assess. So you're willing to completely shift genres and projects to explore new projects, etc., etc. Everyone's with Thorkin's take, and it's really helped reassess myself as a creative. Yeah, I think it's hard to be honest with yourself about. It's like, yeah, you have to have some honesty and say, well, maybe I'm just not cut out for this. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Because I think at the end of the day, I'd rather believe in like human, like in a cynical. I don't think I necessarily see it this way, but a cynical take on that video would be that is what weakness sounds like when it's trying to soothe your own, you know. Like I've heard that of myself, being, you know, tell myself like, oh come on man, you have to reassess. Like you're just not, you know, you've just not got what it takes for this or that thing. Like let's reassess at what you're good at and rebalance. And it's like, the trick is, how do you know when you need to do that reassessment, and how do you know when you're making excuses for yourself? And it's hard, dude. It's hard. It's brutal. So yeah, I agree. You know, you do have to have that honest look at your own skill set and what you do, but it's fucking brutal. We're on a dungeon that's meant to be a tourist trap for early adventurers and take inspiration from Takashi's castle. Oh my god. Okay, dude, you're gonna have fucking like false rocks and boulders fall, or foam boulders falling down and shit. You know, all right. I mean, I want to see it. So if you're doing it, you know, let's see what you got. Wait, why is this now blue? What the fuck? Photoshop voodoo, man. Photoshop's got some weird shit going on today. I think there's always a right or wrong answer. Sometimes both paths are correct with trade-offs. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. That's really interesting. Until I get that, just gonna sit here in the corner with my weakness. I don't know, is it? Like, it's hard to know. It's like, do you give up on something because you think that your skill sets are better served somewhere else, or are you just giving up because it's hard and you're trying to find a reason for yourself to, like, you know, make an excuse for yourself? I don't know, man. It's not necessarily always weakness to switch or give up on something or whatever. But I don't know. It's like a conversation you always have to have very honestly with yourself that I think is harder to have than most people give it credit for. You know? Yeah, teach their own. If there was a right way to approach this, I think we would. Well, I think you're. I think you're right. I'm just wondering, like, I'm expanding on it, I guess. Is all. I'm not saying that's just. I'm not just saying that's outright weakness. And if you give up, you are weak. You are pathetic. It's just because the problem is, like, hey, we should rebalance and figure this out, is a very similar conversation that you'll have with yourself to when your mind is trying to make excuses as to why you shouldn't try hard on something. And so I don't know the right way out of it. Personally, when I try and talk myself out of something, it's me being lazy. I think that like the way that I have those conversations with myself is how to rebalance effort, as opposed to is this thing worth doing? It's like a way that I guard against that conversation being the voice of weakness is I don't give myself an out. I ask myself which way I'm going to suffer. To make sure that each path is going to be a great deal of suffering, and that I can honestly figure out what the path ahead is going to be, like, is the best path, because it's not like there's any room for me in my brain to try and give myself an easy way out. Like I don't know. I might not be the healthiest way to do it, but I think it's pretty healthy. Fuck that shit, man. I sit for things for a long time and really have to determine something I'm willing to continue invest time and effort into, and there's so many things to try and do. Yeah, totally. I agree. You take the path where it's not for you and have less stressful, less fulfilling career, or you can keep on your path where you may never truly be a successful artist, but be more self-satisfied. Right and wrong is just figuring out which part aligns with your values you can live with. Yeah, that's true. I wasn't talking about being like giant decisions like that, like do I be an artist or not. I was more talking about like, so I'm going to be an artist. What pathway do I want to take? Like, I never went down the path of an illustrator because it was harder for me to develop that skill set. And it was less fulfilling to be an illustrator to me than a concept artist. I liked faster, easier concepts more. They're more fun. But I had to like kind of give up on a bit of a idea that I wanted. The weak path for me was, do I just continue making art at all? And do something that I'm like good at. And for me, that was graphic design. Like if I was still doing graphic design, I could probably be doing pretty well, I think. A lot of the clients that I had were growing, and things were looking up for me for graphic design. I really walked away from, I think, a lot to be an artist. And I'm glad I did. The glory and the fall, yeah, true. If I be stabbed or hit by a car, I mean, I can totally get hit by a car over and over again for decades. Stabbings are yucky, basically. No, I mean, like, it's like, okay, so am I gonna, it's like, imagine saying, okay, well, if I want to be an illustrator, I have to learn how to do all this stuff. I have to learn all these skill sets and whatever, and I have to work like 10 hours a day for the next 3 years to be a passable illustrator. Okay, cool. Should I do that? The alternative can't be, nah, I'm just gonna like work 6 hours a day and be comfortable. For me, the alternative has to be, okay, what other thing could I do and invest that much time into and have that much pain from that would be the alternative, right? And so when I was considering going back into art after I would like sort of given up on it, and I thought to myself, okay, if I'm going to go and be like an artist again, I'd have to invest so much time. I'd have to stream and work a job and do whatever and take commissions and projects and whatever and do all this stuff and whatever, and then spend time at the end of my day practicing and doing studies. Those are like 12-hour days most days, which they are. Should I do that? And the answer was, well, I could just keep working like 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, being a graphic designer. But I thought, okay, if the alternative is this for art, what's the alternative amount of effort that I'd have to put into graphic design? Do I really want to work 7 days a week, 8 to 16 hours a day as a graphic designer? And I had this just kind of like gross feeling in my stomach, like, I can't believe that that's something that I could actually do, And that's why I decided that, okay, well, that's pretty obvious then as to what path I should take, because if I have to suffer greatly to find, you know, competency at a or greatness or whatever it is at a task, I'd rather do so for the thing that I love, you know? I don't know. It's an interesting way to look at it, I think, but it's not for everybody. It gets very self-destructive very quickly. Blowing stones over 10-foot drops, sets of doors that you must sprint through, carrying a container over a bridge. So what's the like, how do you get your players to want to do this? What's the goal, I guess? Because if I told my players they had to do that kind of shit, they would look at me with confused faces and say, okay, let's go to the next dungeon. So I'd be at a loss for... Because sort of Takashi's Castle-esque stuff is cool, but hard to convince players to do in-game, I feel like. There has to be a certain willingness to suffer that one has with a game show. Agreed that once the decision is made, it's finished. Time to give over your entire self to it, but I tend to go the extreme once I decide something. Yeah, I think that's a trait of persistence, though. Definitely, it's a hard thing to balance, right? You need to balance your time and balance priorities and family, and if you have kids, it's harder. If you're married, it's harder. Like, this was not just a me decision. Like, I had to talk to Elle about this. I was like, hey, so I'm gonna go to war for like the next 5 years. Are you gonna be okay with this? You know, and hopefully if it's important enough to you and your spouse cares enough about you, they say, yeah. And it is a burden on Ella. It's a huge burden on Ella to watch me just like bash myself against a wall over and over and over again, try and figure stuff out. And it's like I had a discussion with a friend the other day where I told her, because she was like, Evan, I really don't like watching you like work yourself to death, basically. And I was like, what do I have to do to ask you to do that for me? Like, I need this in my life. Like, can you bear that burden as my friend or not? She was like, damn, I didn't think about it like that. Okay, I will watch you suffer, which is going to be hard. Because what I want from my friends is not for them to tell me to stop working. I want them to cheer for me and to encourage me when I'm working hard at stuff. I used to have friends that were sort of like more in my circle that were always the friends to try and tell me to take a break. Always the friends to try and tell me to take time off. Tell me that I'm working too hard. Tell me I don't, you know, putting in more than 40 hours a week for my job is like, is unhealthy. It's bad, balance, whatever, like all these things. And then I had a group of friends that were like, okay, you're doing this, man. What do you need? How do I help? I don't talk to those friends very often. But every once in a while when I do, they're super excited to hear from me. They're like, yo, how's it been going? Where are we at? Where are we at in the battle plans? You know? And that I find so much more supportive than someone who's just like, I'm not going to watch you, you know, put yourself into the hospital out of exhaustion. Why not? What if the price of what I want is that once in a while? Can you do that? No? Okay. Well, then don't watch it, I guess. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard. Also, update on last week's cursed item. They took it and they made their undead minion attuned to it. They made their undead minion attuned to it? That's genius. Wait, why do they have an undead minion, Thorkin? Final room setups try and steal from a dragon's horde, but the twist is 1, the horde is not real. 2, the dragon is close to giving birth, and 3, they'll be given a potion to help the dragon. That's interesting. All right, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it turns out then. Let me know, Minako.
Visitors, how exciting.
Oh, shit. Ulner. What's up, Ulner? How's it going? How were duels today, Ulner? you're doing today, right? What's up, everybody? What's up, friends? Yo, if you guys aren't yet attuned to the wondrous Ulner, this is not the cat girl waifu Ulner. This is the dog girl waifu. Please get your degenerate anime waifus right around here in this stream. I don't want to offend my clients here by accusing their cat girls waifus as dog girl waifus. So if you guys are new here, Ulner is one of the most wonderful streamers that I have found recently. The most meme lord of meme smiths that I have had the pleasure. The widest of any VTuber I know. And honestly, I can say that. And I can level some criticisms at my friend Ashy. I love, and I'm sure most of Ulner's chat loves Ashy too. I love Ashy. I adore her, but I worry and I'm concerned sometimes by her lack of wideness. All right? But Ulner over here is representing, you know, the wide... the widener with grace and dignity, and you can too. For only, what, $4.99 a month in Ulner's chat. So if you guys aren't following Ulner at the very least, you probably should be. Ulner's fantastic. And what's up, dude? If you guys are new here from Ulner's stream... I'm sorry she took you to a flesh tuber. I just want to apologize first and foremost. I feel like I always owe my VTuber friends, viewers, an apology. But you know, past that, hey, good to meet you. I'm Evan. I do D&D art and fantasy and sci-fi art and stuff like that. Today we're drawing one of my friends, one of my mods character, which is a Astral Sage dog girl. Basically a scuffed Jedi. So, buckle up, man. House stream Earl, Ulner. I cried about the card games because Diablo 4 still isn't out. Alright. Here's how I've been coping, Ulner. I've been playing Diablo 2 relentlessly. Alright. When Diablo 4 comes out, I might actually take some days off stream. Like, I'm not even joking. I never take days off stream for games. I did for World of Warcraft. I did for 1 day, or 2 days? 1 day. I took 1 day off for World of Warcraft, and I might actually take, like, 3 or 4 days off for Diablo. And thank you, Clockwork Cobalt, for the follow. I appreciate that. I might actually take some time off for it. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm coping with Diablo 2 right now, which is maybe not a good thing, because Diablo 2 gameplay is running the same series of bosses over and over again. And there was actually a suggestion earlier for me to play a game, but I figured out how many Mephisto runs that would have to be to give up to play that game, and I can't give up 600 Mephisto runs. Alright, I just found my Arachnid's Mesh belt yesterday on ladder. I got, you know, I don't even have my Shaco. I really hope that item finding in Diablo 4 is actually as satisfying as it is in Diablo 3. Or 2, sorry. Diablo 3, I don't hate Diablo 3. I'm not, like, part of that crowd that's, like, mad at it. I don't have an even dead against Diablo 3. I thought it was fine. I play every season. It's fun. I'm also not a Path of Exile player, though, so maybe that's why I'm missing out on that. But either way, I'm excited for it as well. And it's a Gemstone Dragon, not an Onyx Dragon? Wait. Oh, the one in the one in your castle, Minako? I see. What is that? How does that change it? Because I don't know shit about Wizard of the Coast dragons. You say it's like a gemstone dragon, and I'm assuming that means something like rules-wise, like it's somehow cooler or maybe less cool. You know? I could be completely wrong. But I'm pretty sure the gemstone dragons are something the wizards just introduced.
How exciting.
Yo, what's up, Voivode? Damn, bro. Voivode's stopping by. How was stream, Voivode? Tell me your tales. Tell me the things you did today. Stories to be told. Alright. Alright. I need to stretch. Dragons are technically a fallen dragon. How are you a fallen dragon? I thought you were... God. Honestly, your backstory is confusing, Ulner. I thought... Wait. I thought you were just a regular dragon or something. Or... Okay, now I'm confused. 9 to make some older fan art. Older, if I was to make some fan art of you in my style, what character class would you be in D&D? If I was to make a archetypical class, please don't say warlock. Barbarian, okay. I was gonna say please don't say warlock, but I'll also allow for the Final Fantasy 14 Dark Knight to be included. But barbarian, maybe that makes more sense too, I guess. Just like a 7'3" Necromancer Barbarian if you want stupid combo. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. All right, got it. I'll just rip off references from Arthas and I'll do my best for Death Knight shit. Doesn't change anything as far as I know, but it's cool not to use a normal metallic or chromatic. I mean, I dig it, I guess. I just haven't used rules like for monsters from D&D for ever. So sometimes people talk about like oh shit, dude, it's a brown dragon. I'm like, what does that mean? Oh, it means it's like got like a sand breath attack. I'm like, damn, bro, that sounds lame. What do you mean a sand breath attack? How it just has horns and fucks up a caravan or some shit. Okay, what do I want to finish today? I wanted to finish the tabard and her general outfit, I think. Maybe her boots as well. Because Fishy and I were going to redesign her weapon because Fishy didn't like this. She told me she fucking hated it. Which is fine. She's allowed to hate stuff, okay? She's had an Owlin Rogue Ranger solo Hamazots, Lord of Fire and Bats. Little bastard kept kiting me. Wait. Why fire and bats? Is this a long-winded StarCraft reference, or am I impressing my own love of the fire bat? You know when you breathe the sand. Oh yeah, yeah. The anti-Anakin dragon. I don't know. I know there's a new D&D book out for dragons that I hear is well received. I wonder if it's worth it to like go get inspired by things from. Figure out how people like their dragons right now. I remember the name was. It was like some gnome or whatever. Like Fizzlebop's fortuitous foundry of fond flying flizzards or some shit. Digital Devil, Danger Destroyer, Dragon, Demon, Delinquent, Degenerate, Deconstructor, Defenstrator. Actually, I can't tell if you're memeing or if that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Yeah, I can't. I have no idea if that's like, if that's just a meme or if that's a fucking Jinzo. That's owner's title. Oh, okay, got it. Nice. Wait, why so many D's? Bats are scary. I actually had to fend some bats off recently from flying around my dog. It was horrifying. Thank God it wasn't a Canada Goose, though. Go to the fire than bats. Ask Cobalt Press. Oh, okay. I've never used anything from Cobalt Press. What do they mainly do? Adventures or modules or whatever? His Booba's Treasury of Dragons. That wait. So many D's nuts. Yeah, okay. All right, Ashley, congratulations. You made your one D's nuts joke for the week. Mark that down on your calendars complete for the week. Yeah. Make sure you get in there. All right. I want to do more design on the... We'll just start like... Hold on. I'm going to create a new copy for this. And we're just going to start ruining it by doing more of this like cloud design and hatching. And see what happens out of it. Because if there's not a willingness to ruin a design, then I think we're not really working hard enough. We kind of want to look a little bit like Scale. Because of Fishy, you know. That being her whole entire fucking thing as a VTuber is that she's a sewer carp or whatever. But mainly to be clouds. So double references here is important. Google does it all. They're making their own system. There's a little more coloring on the boobas. Yeah, sorry. I'll try. I don't really do color on these. I should start coloring in my sketches, though. I wonder if it would make them do better on Twitter. Which is ultimately the only reason to make art, let's face it. Twitter follows and Instagram likes. I mean, I guess I've never really experienced much of what Cobalt Press does just because I don't really use anyone else's content, you know? My whole thing is like making up all my own content, so but I feel like I'm missing out because of that, you know? I feel like I'm missing out on great creators or whatever. I'm glad they're making their own system though, because I think that more companies need to do that. They need to make their own system, they need to develop it. Competition. So when I do my VTuber game, I don't have to use Dungeons and Dragons. I can have Ashy be an actual magical girl class. And Ulner can be a necromancer barbarian. PogChamp. Adding more Ds. Oh, you missed 50 million titles? Yeah. Ashy's not quite getting it. I'm not going to read that out loud. Okay, yep. Getting canceled by the VTuber community speedrun any percent. I think this is better. I like it more. Rather than just having the main embroidered clouds, also having sort of the extra ones. And I can kind of maybe etch out a little bit as well on these clouds. We'll just etch away at some of that 75% fill layer and see what happens. Okay. Okay. Oh, it does look better. Fuck. Why it take me so long, man? Why can't I just get it right the first time? Do you know how much time I'd save on art if I figured out how to do the right way the first time? Art's frustrating, bro. I'm gonna open up super scuffed commissions. They're gonna be like, this is what I'm at. Take it or leave it. This is the first thing I designed. And you just roll the dice, man. Call it lottery commissions. Very Li Ming vibes. I see it. Less arcane orb and more astral stabbing. Dude, actually, I never play like female characters in games typically. Like if there's an option, so I never play the female wizard, but I kind of feel like I need to because of the voice actress. Because I'm pretty sure Li Ming in Here's the Storm is the same actress as in Diablo 4, right? I would be disappointed if she wasn't. Probably, yeah. Yeah, because she was the crazy chick from Avatar, right? But I do love the male wizard is just the English voice actor for Kyon from Haruhi. So that does kind of make up for it. But then again, who watches anime in English, right? It's a different time in 2004. You have to forgive me. Laundry commissions? Yeah. Lottery, not laundry. Damn it. Did I say laundry? Ah, shit. I'm gonna get a whole different type of DM on Twitter. Ooh, that's better. I like that. It's more the texture I wanted looking back at it. Learn anything if you got it right the first time? No, but for art, can I just stop trying to learn? Just be good? That'd be nice, actually. Couples worth looking at. They have different approach to creature design than WotC. Worth looking at for inspiration if you don't want to use them. That's a good idea, actually. Not a bad way of thinking about it. I just never, like, I don't know. Never been interested in content. Even though that's, like, all I do. What I'm interested for TTRPGs is rules. Like, how do we play the game in a more interesting way? What are the rules to govern the construction of new content? And this is supposed to sort of wrap around. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Got it. That looks better. So, next step. I do want to work on her jewelry, though, because I want them to kind of seem like spacey planets and stuff. Hot take, Konosuba Dub is a gem. Is it? Diablo 3 and Here's the Storm are the same. I'd imagine also D4 if she's there. The D4 sorceress I don't think is the same voice actress. Because the D4 sorceress is like, I think they're trying to evoke the D2 sorceress feel as opposed to the D4 wizard, more so. Konosuba is a gem regardless of language. Konosuba's pretty good, dude. Not gonna lie. It's on my recommended list for most people. It's a little much, though. I will concede it is a bit much for some people. But isn't there a new season of Konosuba out right now? Crunchyroll. I thought I saw a new season. Browse. Season simulcast. Oh, there is. Yeah. There's a new season. Hey. Is it just about... Wait, is it not about the whole cast? Is it just about Megumin? That'd be disappointing. Legalize nuclear bombs. All right, well, that's enough Crunchyroll comments for the day. Anyway. Yeah, all right. Thanks, Crunchyroll. Yeah. This is the origin story for Megumin. Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. I never find, like, origin story, like... I just don't find them that interesting, to be honest. Which is weird, because I'm a fan of Star Wars prequels. I'm always missing the tension of what's new for origin story stuff, but maybe I should give it a chance. Could be good. The whole thing of the nuclear bombs, yeah. Crunchyroll will. Your average Crunchyroll viewer is on it. Don't even worry about it. I haven't watched a full anime start to finish in so long, man. I want to get back into it. What should I watch this season? What should I watch? A Galaxy Next Door? Should I watch this? I like space. After his father's death, Ichiro is left to care for his siblings alone. Well, what's like the edgiest shit that I can find in here. I want something new seasonal, man. Oh! There's more Gundam. Does Ella know? Wait, does Ella know that there's another episode of Mercury out? Ella has no idea. She has no idea. Dude, I'm surprised when she gets home. I'm gonna sit her down and be like, Ella, it's time. There's more Gundam. Holy fuck. I didn't. Oh, it is spring. Wow. Yeah, I guess. Okay. What is even anime these days? My one-hit kill sister. The aristocrats' otherworldly adventures, serving gods who go too far. The cafe terrace and its goddesses. What even is this season of anime? What should I watch? Vinland Saga. I haven't even seen the first season of Vinland Saga. I can't watch. I need to watch something this new this season, man. I need to be part of the club. I can't watch a continuation of something I haven't seen. Fuck. Kuma, 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 Bear, Punch. That's just Kuma 4 times. Alana, what should I watch this season? I want to watch some anime this season. Should I watch Birdie Wing? Alana, you're the resident expert here. Like you to Dr. Stone and Konosuba. Yeah, what should I watch? Should I watch I Got a Cheat Skill in Another World and Became Unrivaled in the Real World too? Is this the one that I should watch? Is it? It's 2 episodes, man. Hey, people like it. 4.9. Wait, actually? Average rating of 4.9. Wait. Why is this show rated so high? Everyone's rating at 5 stars? What the fuck? Nice anime with clickbait titles too. Yeah, wait. Alright, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. I'll watch new Konosuba. Where was Gundam? I'll watch everything Gundam. I don't. Oh, it's already on. Okay, yeah, it's already in there. What else should I watch? Should I watch Summon to Another World for a second time? What even is this shit, man? Should I watch Yuri Is My Job? I think I'd be bigger on Twitter if Yuri was my job. I'd probably be a lot bigger on Twitter if Yuri was my job. Watch Castlevania? I have watched Castlevania. Castlevania was fantastic. I feel like watching something current, Alana. I feel like watching something current that is from the new season that I can talk about with everybody else watching it for the first time. Right? I want to watch something current and new and fun that I can get excited about. A new episode every single week, just like everyone else. And currently, it's looking like it's going to be a Galaxy Next Door or my one-hit kill sister. Yeah. Currently, the 2 front runners are not looking strong for my 2023 anime appreciation. I am worried now. For good things about Birdie Wing, really? It's about golf, so... Isekai's falling apart itself. Isekai's been falling apart itself for years and somehow still surviving. I enjoyed Executioner and Her Way of Life, but that was 2022. Oh man, I want something from this season. I want to get excited. What High Dive? What's new this season on High Dive? I can watch something over there. I watch, you know what started my like descent into no longer watching anime? When everything wasn't on Crunchyroll. When everything stopped being on Crunchyroll. Simulcasts. Oh, Oshinoko got an anime. Oh, I read some of that. Too Cute Crisis. Oh god, this is no better. The Danger in My Heart. Please no. My Life as Inukai-san's Dog. I'm good. Alright, never mind. Maybe I'll just skip anime this season. Maybe I'll just take another season off, man. I'll just... I think I'll just take another season off. Yep. Yep. It's over. What's her way of life? I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I've been checking on Japan lately. This is a lot of escapism. You guys good? Yeah. Somebody fly over there and just make sure everybody's good. Make sure they're just chilling. I want to ask Connor Dog VA if Japan's been good. I want a fantasy anime. I want like a Grimgar or a Goblin Slayer or something like that. Right now is what I want. I want something that makes me feel like the people who wrote it played some Dungeons and Dragons. Have you heard of the Kitsune Ai anime? No, I didn't know she did an anime. It's on my list, but I haven't gotten around to watching Oshinoko. Oh, damn. All right. I read some of the manga on recommendation, but I just kind of fell off because, I don't know. It wasn't bad. Sometimes I just fall off with recommendations. I also don't have a lot of friends that like read or watch stuff, so I don't have a lot of people to talk about it with. I wanted to start an anime podcast with Fishy, but she told me to fuck off, so that sucks. I gotta find another streamer friend that wants to start an anime podcast. That'll actually watch it. And then I'll have to watch it. We'll watch all the stuff that the popular anime podcasts won't watch. Like, we're not going to watch JoJo's or anything like that. We're just going to watch the, the garbage second tier anime. Remember my D&D murder mystery I ran last week? Yeah. What do you got, Garthen? How did it go? Was there more Grimgar? Yeah, it was good. Place I read stopped having it, so I didn't keep up. Oh. It's around on various sites. I think. A bit of different shine on our metal over here. We're gonna experiment a little bit, try some things. Brain autopilot rendering go. Line work go burr. I miss when anime was a big part of my life. When I would watch, like, I remember there was one season in university that I watched every single show on that season. I watched every single show. I miss, like, watching most of them, right? I know you lampshade me like this. What am I lampshading? I feel so subtweeted if only I had a streamer friend that binge read manga and watched infinite anime. Okay, do you want to start an anime podcast? I didn't think you binge read anime. I wasn't subtweeting you. All right, do you want to start an anime podcast? I'm down. We can do it. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm there. I'll start watching shit again. We'll talk about current season stuff. But we need to have this like thing where we just like refuse to even acknowledge Spy X Family exists or something like that. Like pick some anime people want to talk about or whatever. Or like, talk about like maybe like JoJo's or something. But like as an anime that everybody wants to talk about, that we would just like refuse to acknowledge exists and we just never bring it up. People are like, "Hey man, what's a great like anime like you know, to follow with interesting, unique art and character designs and stuff. Just be like, I don't know, man. You know, and just like be completely counterculture on it and just pretend like it just didn't even ever happen. You know. Once your well players were receptive to do it another time, or again another time, I set up my expectations beforehand about it being a murder mystery. They went to a noble's house for party, mingled with the guests, did a few skill checks, random things, and the host got murdered, and they had to gather clues, asking around to figure out who the murderer was. Yeah, that's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, I'd be curious to see how you did that. I'll check that post out. You set it up so I had a show every day in the current season. That's really nice, actually. That's, man, whatever happened? Why did I stop watching anime? What season of anime did I stop watching? When did I stop watching anime? What year was it? I didn't like stop altogether. Seasonal anime. Let's jump to 2013. Let's just. Okay, so I was watching religiously in 2013 because I watched a lot of these. Attack on Titan, yeah, okay. So I was still watching Emmy religiously here. Oh shit! No Net Game, No Light. Okay, all right, yeah. 2014 was a banger of a year. What the fuck? Yep. Let's see. 2015. Was I still watching 2015? Ooh, this is where it was tapering off a little bit, I think. Because these ones seem like pretty. Oh yeah, okay. I watched a lot of 2015. 2016 was I watching a lot of anime. 2016 I was watching a lot. Okay. When was the drop? When was the decline? I don't remember a lot of this, actually. Couple things. Oh, Yuri on Ice. Yeah, of course. The 2017 that I stopped watching a lot? No? Oh, I'm seeing things here. Maybe it's 2018. It's around here, I think, that I stopped watching a lot. Black Clover came out. Yeah. Okay. Umaru. So to watch that with Ella. Yeah, so I was slowing down around 2017, 2018. And then 2019, I think I fell off. Yep. 2019 is where I fell off. Interesting. So 2019 is where I completely fell. So if there's good anime that's come out since 2019, I probably haven't seen it. I haven't seen any of this shit. I don't recognize hardly any of it. I watched a bit of Fire Force. I liked it. And I've seen like a little bit here and there from these seasons. But yeah, there's... Wow, so why did I fall off so hard in 2019? What happened in 2019 anime? Maybe just plummet. Interesting. Which usually never happened. Oh, rough. Use my iPad to watch anime when I draw, so I've watched an insane amount of anime lately. Too much for a sane person. Yeah. I think on my anime list, I think there's like... I'll log in. I won't reveal my anime list. There's no amount of money in the world to make me reveal my anime list. There probably is, but it's a lot. My anime list. anime list. So on on my personal anime list, there are 700 watch series, and I stopped keeping track at sometime around 2015. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah. Yikes. I'm far too obscure on that one. I'm like on 3 villainous mangas, Super Depresso one, a Mermaid Monster one. It's pretty good though. I don't know, actually that seems legit. You know what happened? We went from 10 to 15 shows a season to 30 plus, really? I feel like there was also like a different changing quality at a certain point. Because when I say 2019, is when I fell off hard. I think 2017 is when I started to 2016, 2017 is when I started to waver. And like stumble a little bit. When I stopped watching everything, you know? Then I asked how he's I asked what he was watching. He said Card Captor Sakura. Said you're pronouncing it wrong. And he said I know. Yeah. The classic. Classic Memories is heart wrenching. Y'all should watch it. Classic Memories. Is that the one about the fucking? Is that about Isla or whatever her name was? Or Isla? Isla, right? Yeah, I watched. Yeah, okay, I watched that. Yeah, I watched that. Yep. I don't know why, but I watched it. Yep, true. One of those sad ones where you know exactly what's gonna happen, but it still hurts nonetheless. Yeah, like Your Lie in April. You started 2019? Damn, bro. I mean, I was watching anime religiously since like probably 2004, 2005. It was like my main form of entertainment besides video games. That was back in like the old cons and bootleg and DVD days and whatnot. I worked so hard to find anime when I was a kid that as soon as streaming services came out with it, I just went feral. I went fucking feral. I threw away any possibility of me being a well-adjusted adult in my early 20s and late teens and went feral mode. I watched so much anime when I was at school. Like my desk, dude, okay. We had these desks. There's these big like drafting tables, right? These big like square drafting tables. And they were arranged in like, you know, so there were students like head to head or whatever, right? So I don't remember who was like over here. Oh yeah, my friend Robin and Leland, whatever. So I was friends with basically everyone down my row and the couple people across from me. And so I was in the corner up against a wall. And so I'd always scooch my chair over here and have my computer out. Like I had my tablet out and my computer. Set up like this. And I'd have my papers out. You know, I'd have all your papers and your sketchbooks and your references. And you have your tablet and your drawing pen. And I would just watch anime. All morning. I would watch anime until lunch. Every fucking day. Unless we had like a oh shit deadline. I would just, you know, like the teacher would like patrol down. But like they would never, you know, our instructors would never come down to see what we were doing. Like just randomly appear because there was like tables behind here and then like windows. So they could no one could ever appear behind me. So I'd see them get up from their desk up at the front and like walk down, and I'd have like a good 15-20 seconds to close out. close out whatever I was watching and open Photoshop again. I was a bad student in second year, okay? I was a really bad student in second year. I didn't... Look, there were a lot of things going on in my life, man. I had to cope some way. I was not a great student in second year. I figured it out after second year, third year, fourth year, whatever. But second year art school was dog shit. It was not fun. And I should have tried harder, though, because if I tried harder in second year, and in first and second year, I would have had an easier third and fourth year. But I didn't. And I paid the price. So don't skip out on classes just to watch anime. Learn from my mistakes. Unless there's something really good on, then fuck that. I usually watch over 100 full series and I started watching nonstop at work. I'm impressed. Yeah. I don't count Naruto and Pokemon since I've been following those since I was a kid. Yeah, I think the big mainstream anime that came onto like various, you know, Cartoon Networks and stuff and all that they don't really count, I don't think. They don't really count for they don't really count for as like anime. Cuz like if you ask me what the first anime was that I watched, I'd say Evangelion. But like the first anime that I really watched was Dragon Ball Z or Pokemon or Dragon Ball or Cardcaptor or any of those ones like from that era. But like they were all translated and dubbed into basically American cartoons or whatever. So I don't really consider those to be super like good representatives of first anime. I started watching with Ella at a certain point in time. And that kind of sucks. I don't want to watch anime with people. I want to be alone with food in my room whilst also playing a video game. Like something that doesn't require too much effort. Wait, am I an introvert? What if they were right all along? Nah, fuck them. I don't think you have to be an introvert to want to be left the fuck alone sometimes. That's pretty natural, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, fuck. Dude, I feel it. Hold on. I need to get a lozenge or something. I think I'm legitimately sick. We'll be right back. do you mean revolt? Man. I go away for 1 minute. And you're revolting? Good. Yeah, good. First time I watched was Shin-Chan. Detrimental to my development years, yeah. Missed it last week? Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. As far as tabards go, we'll draw a cloud pattern on it first. So I had this like whole pattern that I designed. But I think I just want to go with the cloud, to be honest. First time I watched excluding mainstream ones was Kuroko's Basketball, really? Or Fairy Tail? A lot of people like Fairy Tail. A lot of people liked it. I don't like this. We need more good fantasy anime. We need more good fantasy anime that we can base our D&D memes off of. The clouds come down through her torso. Kind of want them falling through all portions of the fabric she's wearing. Didn't dislike it. Fairy Tail? No, it's from what I've seen, it's fun. I just don't have I don't have a ton of patience for like long shonen anime that have like hundreds of episodes. My preferred anime length is 24 episodes. A short contained story. Which is actually why I really like the Gundam shows do singular stories that are like 20 to 50 episodes. Typically. I think it makes it more accessible for people. Like, sure, you get this like grand meaning out of a larger story. It's the same idea for like long D&D campaigns. Like, I stopped keeping up with Critical Role Campaign 3 at around episode 20-something, close to 30. I noticed when I was on YouTube that they had just released episode 50-something. And I thought, well, I guess I'm not keeping up on this series either. That's a lot of hours, man. It's a lot of fucking hours. Reflections. Love never-ending shows. I don't know why. I mean, they are cozy, I guess. You know, it's like it's always on. You see the same heroes, the same stories, the same story arcs, and then you can like get attached to the arc, right, as opposed to the story itself. The overall, like, I guess I maybe want more resolution faster. I don't know. Probably some feature in there that I'm not appreciating well enough. Start killing some of our value in here. Cool. That's better. Maybe I'll try and find a long-running anime to pick up or something. Get invested in. We get more attached to the world as well. Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of like you know, like World of Warcraft players versus like the Game of the Week console gamers. You know, I love the story evolving in an MMO, but I understand how console gamers get bored of that shit. So they want to play new, you know, God of War or Horizon or Last of Us or whatever. And the idea of being stuck in one world is like horrifying to them, you know? Talking about the already knowing the pace, yeah. What about the long anime that go like 100 episodes or whatever that aren't like eternal shonen anime, but just like really, really fucking long anime? Like Attack on Titan or something? I don't know how I feel about that. Because I did not particularly like Attack on Titan. So I didn't stay with it. Not gonna finish it. I don't know what last season part they're on right now. I have no idea what's going on in the Attack on Titan world. People love that shit, though. And I think that's cool. Definitely not a hater. Part 3 just ended. I think they're going to part 4. Really? I thought that they were... Oh, God. How many parts is there going to be for the final season? Didn't the... I won't spoil anything. But I thought it was over. I thought that people said like, something about like, oh, this character is dead now or some shit. And so like, what else is there? Whatever. Probably can't talk about it without being a spoiler. I don't want to ruin anyone's Attack on Titan experience, so... Just because I don't care about spoilers for it doesn't mean... Trying to get the, like, there's a different feel of rendering I'm going for on this that I'm just kind of fighting against, you know? One more season / part left for what my brother told me. Is the manga over, or is it done? Is there like a finished story for them to go for, or is it like the manga's still going, so trying to like wrap up the main series? Oh, it's how long has it been done for? I can't imagine working on one singular story for my entire career. World, maybe, but like one one group of characters. Like, how long has One Piece been going, right? I think this turns into a saga at that point, and that's probably fine. But even I find, like, or I'm given news when, like, a big manga ends or whatever. Like, oh shit, it's the last episode or the last issue of this or that. I'm all excited and hyped for everyone. 2-3 years, keep in mind, I'm telling this from a secondhand point of view. Attack on Titan manga final panel. That's ominous. All right, cool. Yeah, cool. All right. Neat. Damn, they went hard for this story. I don't know why. It just never really got me. Never really gripped me. I also wasn't the biggest fan of the art, so that also hurts. But I am definitely an art valuer when it comes to comics and shit. The style doesn't resonate with me. I ain't there, man. But that doesn't say that I can't still appreciate it. It's just harder for me to get into it, you know? All right. What are designs on the rest of her clothing, or just the main sort of? Because Fishy did have some like specific requirements, not requirements, requests that I'm trying to make. I'm trying to adhere to, but. For our break, yeah, soon. I think I did get sick on the weekend or whatever. That fucking blows. What if I finally got COVID? Finally, after all of these years, all these promises, man. If I finally got COVID, I'd be fucking sick. And I can complain about it. Get content on Twitter for like a week. I hope not. I don't know if you can even get tested for COVID anymore. Maybe it's just a cold or something. I don't know. Either way, I think I'm going to wrap it here a bit. I am feeling like shit today. I don't know why. And we got what I wanted to done. I wanted to get the central sort of costuming done. We got all the value in and everything, and figured out what we're doing for our fabric and shit. So you still get rapid tests, really? Enjoy your stay. Thank you, Atari. I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. I hope you guys enjoyed your stay today. Thanks for hanging out, man. It was fun. We got back into it. Tomorrow, assuming I'm not horribly sick, tomorrow, we're gonna be starting a brand new character. Actually, I want to do a design project with chat. I want to do a design project with chat. I want to do every once in a while. I want to introduce an NPC into the world. And I want to start to finish it on stream, and we'll figure out what it is and what they do. And I want to make them like I want to highlight something that's cool within Eldara. So like one of the new races or classes or whatever. I don't know, but I'm going to be a little bit limited. There's not going to be any like, oh, what about a half elf? Like, no, it's going to be Eldara specific stuff to make more art for things that are in the World Anvil and in the Brain Anvil, and two, in order to do something different than the normal D&D nonsense. So yeah, thanks guys, thanks Cobalt, thanks Thorkin, thanks Vidi, thanks Guapo, thanks Zibzy, Atari, thanks guys, thanks for all being in my stream. I appreciate it. Thank you everyone who came in. Thank you for all the lurkers today. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subs, the gifted subs, the bits, man. You guys are crazy. Where's my outro? Where it at? There it at. Cool. So yeah, so tomorrow's gonna be a lot of fun. Thursday, I don't know what we're gonna do. And then Friday might be different. I don't know. I might do something kind of fun and different for Friday. I said Fridays we're gonna change pretty quickly, and they're starting to. And I don't want to make it a drastic change that's just like one day it's all different. But thanks, Nix. Thanks for being here. So yeah, we're gonna do that this Friday as well. This week's gonna be great. I hope. Yeah, and we got to talk about Mod Appreciation Month. So thank you, mods. It is Mod Appreciation Month. That means for the month of April, you are appreciated. I'm gonna take care of yourself, sir. Boss man, bro, dude, streamer, artist, giga chat. Yeah, I'll try. I got a lot of work to do today though, so I might lay down for a bit, have a nap or something. Take some fucking pills, bro. I'll be good. Don't worry about it. All right, cool. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. I will catch you later. I'll see you tomorrow. And until next time, my friends. Until next time. Farewell.